All right, guys. I'm not going to stay long because I have to get up early in the morning. But I just want to make a reply quickly to Will, because he replied to one of my latest streams that I've done about Ron DeSantis, or as I call him, Ron DeSatan. But I wanted to mention further on something that Will has talked about. Um, I don't know if Will actually watched the entirety of the stream, if he actually browsed through the actual content uh, further between the filler and everything, and actually see the points that I was trying to express of what Ron DeSantis was doing. My entire message was not to demonize a Republican, it's to demonize people who are trying to censor history and censor knowledge and censor growth. You can't be, and this is what I just don't get about a lot of people who talk about free speech. You talk about free speech, you want free speech, but yet you want to you want to agree with people who censor shit for children. Like, isn't the part of freedom of speech is to express your mind? And this is what I'm trying to talk about. This is what I was trying to say. If you're trying to ban African American history and put the revisionism on African American history and the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust, and try to pretty it up and make it seem like it was nothing really happened, then that's just being disingenuous to the future generations that's coming about. And that's what I was trying to tell about Ron DeSantis. That's what I was trying to explain about Ron DeSantis. That's what I was referring to of what he's trying to do in the state of Florida, or shithole. That's exactly what that's exactly what Ron DeSantis is trying to do. This is not we got to attack white people, or we're trying to minimize the Republicans. No, the problem is the Republican Party is legislating these kind of bills to be passed to censor speech. Democrats allow people to say what they want to say and don't try to censor their freedom of speech. Hey Nick, what's going on? They don't try to minimize it. The most censorship you're probably going to get is online from a Democrat. Okay, Republicans, what they want to do, well, not all Republicans, but just the ones that are radicals, not all. I just want to put that in quotations. Not the Republicans who are against Ron DeSantis. I'm not referring to those. I'm referring to the ones that support Ron DeSantis. Hey Chase, what's happening? Anthony, what's going on? Yeah, I'm referring to the one that supports Ron DeSantis and his buffoonery. Okay? You know what happened recently, about a couple of days ago? Mr. Ron DeSantis decided to hire undercover cops to invade a drag show, a drag performance, to report back to Ron DeSantis to see if there's any nefarious activity. I know that, Chase. He replied to my stream, so I'm replying back to him, and that's what I'm doing. You're misunderstanding. Nobody's attacking anybody. I'm giving my reply to the reply that he gave to me, because he replied to my latest stream, so I'm replying to him. So nobody's attacking anybody, but I am attacking Ron DeSantis, and I will attack people who, like Ron DeSantis, who wants to infringe the rights of others. And if there's anyone that supports Ron DeSantis, I'm going to check your ass, because that is not okay. It's not a matter of opinion if you want to remove human rights. We can't agree to disagree on that. So if you support Ron DeSantis, okay. If you support Jester, what's going on? What's happening? If you support Ron DeSantis, it's not a matter of whether or not people agree or disagree, because it's okay if you're not okay. For instance, if you're not okay with drag shows, okay, fine. Don't invite your kid to a drag show. It's not like a mandatory law. Some parents want to invite their kid to a drag show. Other parents don't want to invite their kid to a drag show. That's on them. That's between the parent. But when you remove the option to make it, hey Bronzeberg, what's going on? To make it so that you can take away that option and just make it, nope, no kids allowed in drag shows, as if drag shows in kindergarten is hurting anyone. I've never heard of a situation. Oh, let me finish my story about Ron DeSantis. So when Ron DeSantis hired his private investigator cops and he came to the drag show, the cops report back to Ron DeSantis telling him that the drag show was completely fine. There was no form of, ludus kind of behavior, no form of, nefarious kind of things going on, no pervertedness, no pedophilia, none of that. So Ron DeSantis decided to shut down the drag show anyway and banned them from selling alcohol. This is the kind of monster. It's not. I'm telling you, it is not about children. The children is just like the Bible. It's just an excuse. Because if they can label you as predatory, then it could further enhance the vitriol. And that is exactly what I'm referring to. It's about trying to minimize, discriminate because of their own intolerance. Why can't people just be fucking intolerant and just stay in a corner and not try to infringe on rights of others? That's my thing. But it seems like people are not satisfied with that. It seems some people just want to take away because they want power. They want to feel mighty. They want to feel like they have something against someone and then get a fucking narcissistic high from it. That's what I mean. So it's when it comes down to rights and infringement, that's not an opinion. Once you violate and take away someone's rights, it's no longer an opinion. Now that's action. That's a noun. That's a verb. It's action. You're trying to act on removing. You're making a move. And that is what I mean. That is exactly what I'm referring to. It's fine. I'm not saying that people shouldn't have their opinions or people don't have to agree to it. That's fine. If people don't want to agree to it, that's okay. That is perfectly fine by me. I'm not fighting. I don't want to force people to agree. I don't want to force people to believe in what I have to, or listen or follow what I have to say. I don't want to do that. But I damn sure, for one, don't want to take away the rights of someone who literally, whether or not I agree or not, so that they can't live the life that they want to live. The fuck? What makes you any better? Not Will. I'm not talking about Will. I'm referring to Ron DeSantis. What makes the people who support Ron DeSantis, what makes you better that you can do shit like that? That you can remove rights? This is why I say it's going to come to a point where minorities are going to get very fucking violent. And it's going to be like the Purge movie. And I can't wait to see that happen because it's been long overdue. Because this is what's happening. If the future is going to turn out like this is what's going to fucking happen, regardless whether you like it or not. You keep fucking with people's rights, it's going to happen. It happened many a times in the past, and it's going to be a repeat. It's going to happen again. Okay? Had to make that reference there, Bronze. Hey, Leon, what's going on? Girl, what's happening? Lewis? Yeah, it's the tea happening here. That's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a repeat of history, a repeat of violence to gain freedom. Because this is how this country was founded anyway, on violence. You can't escape it. We tried the nice, approachable way. We tried to be professional about it. But now it's coming to a point where we can't be professional when it comes to people demonizing other people and trying to take away that rights. If you don't agree with it, I said it before, that's fine. I don't want to force it. If you want to be a homophobe, you want to be a racist, that's good. That's good on you. Live your fucking miserable life. But don't you dare take that opportunity from someone else because you yourself want to feel justified of oppressing another person on a legal scale. That is just not cool at all. And that is what I mean. And I'm not saying this about Will. I'm gonna reiterate myself. I'm not saying this about Will. I'm saying about the people who are supporting Ron DeSantis. If Will just so happens to support Ron DeSantis, then it will apply to him too. And that's just all there is to it. All right? That is really where it stands. I don't support people who infringe and remove rights of other people. I don't support people who censor knowledge because they want to keep humanity in the dark ages. We've been there before. We're in the future. We're not in the past. Okay? We've moved on. We've seen what happened when we stay stuck in the past and not move towards a future. You know this world is diverse. Why the hell would you remove human rights? Like, there's it's not like some new discovered thing that happened. Everybody knows this world is fucking diverse and everybody's different. But as long as we're not hurting anyone for rights, as long as we're not hurting anybody in order to gain something, then why bother? Why bother? This is what I'm talking about. And anyone who, and it kills me when I see even my own race, when I see black people, they're in support of Ron DeSantis. It just boggles my mind that this man literally wants to censor African American history. Censor it. Don't even talk about it. No, you're going to hear about the founding fathers and you're going to hear about all the great accomplishments white people did. But no, the Negroes, no, the Native Americans, no, the Latinos, no, the Asians, no. No, we're going to censor them. We're going to get rid of them. We're going to tell. And if we do incorporate them, we're not going to mention the evil things that has happened to them. We're not going to bring that up. We're going to bring up the stuff that make white people look good. Because that's the whole idea. It's a fascist regime, and that is exactly what is happening today. And that is why I am ever more vocal about it. And I will not stop until justice is served, because this is going way beyond the deep end. It's not a matter of opinion anymore when people's rights are being taken away. Okay, so I pinned the link, so if anyone wants to come in and share their thoughts, it's right here. Black history has always been a staple of education sphere for centuries. Ron DeSatan can wince and cry about it and bitch all he wants. History is history. Yeah, history. There's ugly history and there's good history. And that's basic bigotry 101. And the worst part is the overwhelming majority, because you can't really blame the politicians themselves. You also have to blame the people that put those politicians in power. Those are the ones that you need to blame too, because I don't necessarily just blame the politician. I blame the people who elected the politician to be up there. Bye. What's going on? A little reply to Will about the stream that I did, because he replied to it, and so I'm replying back to it, and I'm giving my thoughts on what I was trying to say, because I don't think he watched the entirety of it. I think he only watched part of it. So I'm giving him my opinion on what he had to say. And I'm reiterating what I said earlier and going in depth and further on what I was trying to say in the previous stream. It's okay, Chase. Have fun. Like, it's fine if people just have a different set of opinions. I'm okay with that. But like when you take away the rights of, like, when you first you censor history and then you take away the rights, that's no. It's that's fascism, guys. It's not, we passed that. We literally are taught in schools that it's not okay. Big D, what's happening?
Oh, not much. I was just seeing what's going on and stuff.
Yeah, I'm replying to Will because Will replied to my stream that I did last time. So I'm just giving my response back. This is no hate, no
Yeah,
drama against Will, just simply my
I'm just being
thoughts.
neutral.
Yeah. You know, it's just, it sucks because now it's like they're getting bold. You know, you saw what happened with Uganda. So they're getting very bold with their, trying to minimize rights. It's no longer, a thing of just agree to disagree. Now it's like, well, I'm no longer going to disagree. Now we're going to try to get rid of you, you know?
Yeah, you know, I get what you're saying.
It's just, it's coming to a point where now I feel like we're going to have another world war. It's going to be World War III. And I feel like the American or Civil War, either way, the World War might be with Russia, but the Civil War will happen in America. And we will go against each other. We'll fight each other to the death. I feel like we're all going to get violent.
Yeah, it's
And
gonna be
I
two
feel like
sides.
that's just going to be the reality. I would like a utopia where we all live in this futuristic society where no form of prejudice happens and we live peacefully. But there are people out there that don't want that. There are people that love the chaos. They love the division. They love the oppression. They love the hatred. Not Will. I'm not referring to Will again. I'm not referring to Will at all. I'm referring to the people who support Ron DeSantis and all these other politicians.
Now I'll tell
But
you, the only
by the
person I
way,
wouldn't be, but the only people I couldn't be cool with is pedophiles.
speaking of which, did you know that Mr. DeSantis wants to enforce the law for child marriage at age 12? It's already legal
That's
to get
fucked
married.
up.
Massachusetts is
This is
already
why
legal
I
to
don't
get
even
married at
support
12.
either party. Because like both parties are just cancerous as hell, and they both just gonna bring this country down.
Yeah, but who's taking away the rights of people?
Oh yeah, I know a lot of I know a lot of
Republicans.
them greedy ass Republicans. I know, but there's some
Hmm.
Democrats on the inside too,
Right, but consequential Democrats
and
haven't
there's been some
removed the
Democrats,
rights of
caught
people.
caught saying some racist stuff too, and had to resign. Like I shit you not, like it's over in California, over in L.A. There was a Hispanic woman was saying anti-black anti-black slurs and stuff, and then a lot of people got mad, and then she had to resign. I can't remember her name, but it happened about like a couple months ago. I mean,
I'd rather have them heard slurs than to take away rights.
oh yeah, oh yeah,
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Big
yeah.
D. I'd
I
rather
don't
have
give a
them
shit.
call me a nigger than for them to
Yeah,
say, "Yeah, black people, you're not welcome in these areas. You're not welcome in these parts. You're not welcome for this occupation. You're not welcome to go to this school. Oh, your history that makes you represent your culture. Yeah, we're gonna take that away. We're gonna take that away."
yeah, man. Yeah, that taking
Far
away
well
black
now
history and
that
stuff. That's fucked up.
we see what's going on, the far right has shown their true colors.
Yeah, far right. I don't like them,
And it's like we see it, like there's no hiding it, like it's not some, as bad as the
and I don't like
Democrats could
far left
be.
either. They both trash. I like
but
like you're a good left.
but there is erratic, yeah, yeah.
Even though I'm a middle, but but at least I'm listening to both sides, and I'm willing to. At least I'm not, being like Orochimaru, trying to interrupt, your stuff. And at least I'm being civilized too at that point, and
Yeah,
agreeing and
screaming off
disagreeing
the
like
top of your
adults.
lungs and yeah, my rights, yeah,
I
friends,
learned the thing
yeah.
from Michael Jai White.
Hey,
How
Anthony,
he
what's
dealt with
going
the
on?
racists.
Greetings.
Not as well. They are doing it actively. Florida is turning into
Oh yeah,
Dumbfuckistan. I just told you what they did with Black history and Brown people
that's
history. They're
screwed
trying
up,
to
man.
get rid of it from the books. They're also trying to make it illegal for gay marriage and and just have people just be themselves. They want to also make it illegal for women to get their rights as far as reproductive rights. And they're trying to legalize child marriage in Tennessee and Alabama. And there was an
That's
overwhelming
screwed up.
support.
I'm glad I don't live in them states.
Oh, and Georgia
I live
too.
in
Georgia
Mississippi.
too. There was an overwhelming support of people wanting child marriage. Republicans, not Democrats, Republicans.
Oh, I know.
So, yeah. It's bad. It's really bad. And I had to
Just
vocalize it. I
beware
had to
everywhere,
express.
though. Is all I'm saying. Because there's some Democrats that's playing you too, and
Oh,
secretly
yeah.
doing what the Republicans are doing.
Oh, yeah, they are. But I think of the people who are legislating the
But
laws.
now
I don't.
I can tell which person is really true and which is not. And this is why I'm more of kind of a libertarian type of person. But
Yep. Yeah.
I'm not trying to be like one of those radical ones.
No, we're trying to not be radical, and that's the good part. We try to be rational, not radical. But the problem is that there is an overwhelming of radicalism that is removing the rights, and we see, just compare and contrast and see which one is going to do the most damage. You know,
And while you
I
was talking
did.
about the
I talked
permit
about
thing
it.
on the
I referenced it. And it's funny how Uganda is doing this, but they're not worrying about their poverty and how the rich is extorting from the poor Africans in Uganda. Oh no, they're not going to worry about how the vast majority of Ugandans are living in shelters and are dying from
man,
diseases and poverty. But no, you're going to worry about the gay people. Like, what kind of fucking shit is that? That shows
yeah,
you how we living in a twilight zone. And it's like, that country, I have no remorse, no respect for anymore. I never did, to be honest with you. Just because they're black and African doesn't mean I have to have respect for them, because I don't.
yeah.
And they're
Here's the
gonna
thing.
all die and starve, and I'm gonna be like, okay, well, you shoot yourself in the foot. You asked for it. Instead of focusing on real issues, you're gonna focus on sexuality, as if that's your major concern in your poor ass country, that your people are dying and starving while the rich Africans are taking all your fucking your money that you make, and
That's
take it for
screwed up.
them. They're not giving to you. They're not giving it to the poor. They're not giving it to these, but they want to finance the church. They want to finance all these rich agencies. It's more than just capitalism that's happening in Uganda. It's literally the rich taking pleasure in, it's like North Korea. It's like extorting the population for
It's a mixture of
population
fascism and
division.
communism mixed together.
Exactly. And dictatorship. Exactly.
Because it's like the bad part of communism. It ain't like the good ones like we are.
Well, we're not communists. We're
Well,
yeah.
the few parts of it like the being united and not against each other
Yeah,
because of
that's a
sexuality,
democracy.
race.
Yeah, that's a
Well,
democracy.
we're a democracy, okay, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
democracy. But
Communist is like Russia.
even I got some Republic in me though, but I'm kind of one with a democracy, like about liberty and justice for all, kind of.
So you're a progressive Republican
Well, I'm more of a I go by independent, just lean kind
or
of
independent? That could
Republican.
work too. Octo,
Kind of
what's
lean
going on?
Republican a
What's
little
happening
bit,
again?
but I like Democrat ideas too. It just depends. See though, but
Well, we're not the one
like,
who's trying to censor anything from schools
oh
or
yeah,
oppress people's rights. We're not doing that.
Yeah,
We
see,
don't
they
want
done
child
destroyed their fucking
marriage.
party. You know, it's screwed up.
We don't want to take women's rights to do anything. We're not trying to do that,
Oh,
you know?
Right. Right.
yeah, and I agree on that.
I agree.
We don't want to censor minorities from history books and pretend that they never existed, or if they did exist, to try to paint a good light on them as if there's no form of ugly history that taken place in this country. And now DeSantis wants to do this to 12th
Yeah,
grade.
I can't.
He
I
wants
can't
to
stand him
censor
on that.
books
That's screwed
from
up. How
kindergarten
dare he be
all the way up to
disgracing
high
this
school,
planet?
up to 12th grade. And don't think he won't do that to colleges, because if he can do that to 12th grade, which is the highest level of high school, you know he can do that to colleges.
That's screwed up.
It's totally screwed
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, he's a far right.
Yep.
He's a fascist.
Anthony, you have anything to say?
You know, I agree with Doberman. You know, when he says like when they're, you know, what he was saying.
And I advise everybody right now, and also, if anybody's going to own a gun, and if any parents teaches that part, be responsible and teach gun safety.
Oh, they're not going to do that because they want kids.
But wait till they get older, though. Wait till
No, they're not going to want to do that. Didn't you see what DeSantis wants? He wants children to be armed and weapons.
That's another part right there. That's fucking bullshit, you know, because we still need.
But
some
yet
guns.
we're the groomers. We're the one that wants to groom kids. But yet they're the ones that want to have their kid use weapons and teach them violence. Oh, and make them go to a titty bar. You know,
But
it's fine. It's fine for a 9, 10-year-old boy to go to a titty bar. It's fine for that. But yet we're the groomers because drag queens are teaching kids how to read a book. The fuck? But you got no problem with a big titty woman who got her ass out gonna give food to a 10-year-old, 9-year-old child. And you have no problem with that. Plus, on top of that, you want to vote for child marriage? And you want to call Democrats groomers? Get the fuck out of here. Not Will, but, you know, the people who vote for Ron DeSantis. You are voting for someone who literally is trying to make that happen.
I cannot fuck with him. Sorry. I had to vote Democrat or Independent at that point.
Leon says the reason why I bring up ZTB as the evangelicals already celebrating to further their own already radicalized. Exactly. They're trying to further they have an agenda themselves. Okay, they have their agenda is already in the works. In fact, we see it on TV. And now I sound like a Republican. Yeah, we see the agenda on TV. But we see it with the people getting their rights removed and putting religion over human rights. As I stated before, religion is going above human rights, and that is wrong. That is wrong. That is morally and ethically wrong. You do not put religion. Religion is a choice. It is not a mandatory law. People in this country have different belief systems. And some people have no belief systems. So you cannot put one definitive religion or put any religion on that matter to be higher than human rights. That is fascism. We don't stand for that. That is control opposition. That is trying to censor someone else's freedom on behalf of your own personal feelings and beliefs.
I agree.
That is sick and it's wrong. Anyone who supports that, you know, get out of this country, please. Don't turn this country to a shithole. It already is turning into it, but don't further it. Get out of this country. Go to Russia, go to Cuba, go to North Korea, go to China, go to all these other countries that support your fascists. Go to Uganda, go to all these fascist countries that supports your ideology, you know, if you want to live there. Because I don't want you people here in this country. I had enough of you. Now it's not a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. Now you're looking for trouble. And you're looking to start some shit. For the people who are siding with these kinds of people. Not Will. I'm not referring to Will. I got to keep reiterating it again. Not Will. the people who are siding for this. Those are the people who I'm referring to. Get out this country. You don't belong in this country. You don't need to be here. You don't need to be in this state where we're trying to build a future, a good future, not an Orwellian future, not a dystopia, a utopia. We want to build that. And the only way we can is if we have people with brains and morals and ethics. And if you don't have neither one of those, then don't vote. Just be a bigot somewhere else.
Exactly.
Be a bigot somewhere else.
And also, and since the shit's about to come up, prepare women, since they done took a lot of them rights away and stuff because of these far rights, strap up and learn how to train with that gun. So that way...
Did you hear? Oh, and Hero, I know you're watching this. Hero, I'm sorry, Doberman. Hero, I know you're watching this. You know Sarah Huckabee, right? Mike Huckabee's daughter, who's now the new governor of Arkansas. You know what she authorized today? She authorized for child work labor, which means kids under the age of 9 have to work in factories. She's passing a bill, y'all. Undocumented workers at that. Undocumented children to work in factories. She's instituting child labor. She wants children to work in factories from the early ages of 8 and 9.
Like the early 1900s and the 1800s, all that shit.
Exactly. Exactly. Where as soon as you were capable of walking and talking, your ass is going to go straight to the factory and work for little to no pay. Because there's not going to be any security. There's not going to be, and I can pull up the article. So if anyone else want to debate me on this, I can easily pull up receipts. You know, I'm the receipt king. I come with the receipts all day, every day. But when it comes down to these kind of stuff, this is what they're advertising. Sarah Huckabee. Okay, that gorilla looking bitch. This is what they are advertising. She looks like a gorilla, an albino one. When you shave or when you shave a gorilla and you remove the hair, that's how Sarah Huckabee looks like. And I said it, Hero. What you gonna do about it?
There was a gorilla named Snowflake that passed away.
Well,
but
the name is an irony.
Like you could look it up on Google Image. Look up Snowflake the gorilla.
The name is a complete irony. Evangelicals are the people on TV who take money to the rich. Well, I get where Leon is trying to make Jester. He's trying to say it's the radical. Oh, I can hear myself.
Radicalists from all sides are fucking shit up too.
Big D, can you remove the speaker because it's echoing? Okay, perfect. Yep. So that's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to do. That's what they want to do. That's how they're doing it. And that is exactly what they want. They want religion to be above human rights. We see this with a dumb, low IQ country like Uganda. Because the smart people are leaving Uganda and they're moving to the UK. They're moving to Dubai. They're moving to America. They're not staying in that country. They're not staying in Uganda. They're not staying in a country that literally puts religion over human rights, and the people only care about what people doing in their bedrooms. The fuck? Why the hell you care about what I'm putting in my mouth and my body? Why is that important to you? Why do you have to take away and imprison people for living their personal life? Who are you to think that you are better to take away other people's freedom while you can live your life and how you want to? You're going to take that away from other people? There's a real dark place going for you in the afterlife, if there is one. Because you don't deserve to have any form of power for those people in Uganda. Those people in Uganda, they need to really wake the fuck up and move out of their country and go to a country that's inclusive for people who are being oppressed there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they wonder why they get censored on social media, but yet they do it to others. That's exactly what I mean. But they get censored for hate speech. They get censored for saying slurs. They get censored for promoting disinformation. They get censored for harassment. Okay? But since they want to be like that, they call it's against my free speech. Yeah, free speech to pretty much bully other people.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny, they want to censor school books. They want to censor information. They're right now trying to censor science books for the human anatomy. Ron DeSantis said he don't want to teach little girls about their periods. He want to ban that from schools. Teaching girls about, taking care of their PMS cycles, which is a requirement for schools to do. In New York City, we're required to teach, girls who go, of age 7 and 8, they go through their PMS cycle, and then, the teachers are required to have sex ed. So, yeah.
Man, this is so screwed up.
Very screwed up.
And also, to the states that don't allow the abortion to the women out there, if you're in your right mind, the ones that's not crazy enough, that's in the right mind.
What's going on? Venti, what's happening?
Go buy yourself a gun. Go train, so that way you can keep them fucking rapists off you.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Because right now they're gonna be on a rape spree.
And you know what happens when you remove sex ed from schools? Guess what? Childhood pregnancy, teenage pregnancy.
Oh,
the whole point of sex ed is to educate children to not to use protection during sex, and safe sex at that, prevent diseases, prevent any form of illnesses, and any form of contamination that could come from having unprotected sex. Yeah. So that's what the Republicans want to censor that in Florida. The ones that support DeSantis, they don't want to teach kids about sex ed. They want teenage pregnancy. They want that. They want the more kids to be birthed and become dumb and stupid and hick. That way, it furthers what agenda they want for the newer generation, to become dumber, to become more stupid, because right now we're too woke. And what woke means, to me, that's not an insult. If you're saying I'm woke, you trying to say I'm awake. What's the opposite of being woke? Asleep. Do you want to be asleep to what's going on, or do you want to be aware and awake? I don't consider that woke to be an insult. That's okay. You call me woke, great. I'm aware. I'm woke. Yeah, I am. I'm thinking outside the box, and I'm looking and seeing what's around my society.
CDB, do you want to see my graphics card my friend passed down to me?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Oh, what graphics card is that? Which one?
GeForce 1660.
GTX. Oh, that's a good one. That's good for 1080p gaming.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a new tower soon, so I can fit this into my PC.
Sweet. It'll be ready for 1080p. That's a good graphics card for 1080p.
And that way I can
but don't play any knife. Yeah, you can. Definitely you can. But make sure you play it like mid settings. Don't put it like in ultra settings, because then it's gonna be,
Oh no, I'm probably just gonna put it like medium to high settings.
Yeah, perfect. You'll be good for that. Lord Dylan, what's going on? What's happening?
All right, I'm gonna get going.
All right, Mason. Enjoy the stream afterwards. After me ranting.
All right.
I'm with Doberman on this. We must use guns on those damn rapists and pedos, and for the people who support that.
I'm with Doberman on this too.
No, Mason won't get 4K with that GPU because it's not strong enough to handle. He needs an RTX model to get 4K.
And there's also burglars out there too, because remember, like a burglar can come up behind you and stab you and shit. Why? Because why would I want to fight a gang of burglars when I know I'm gonna get stabbed when I'm whooping their ass? Like that's why I'd rather just shoot the motherfucker out of my house. The reason why, because they don't give a fuck about my life, so why should I give a fuck about theirs? Plus, I'm preventing them. I'm keeping one less piece of shit off this earth.
Period.
Period.
And I don't
And
care if the law
see,
supports
I
it.
got the common sense right there. See, my state is stand your ground and castle doctrine.
I don't play that shit.
See,
Mm-mm.
and plus, look, and I will be trigger happy if anybody that wants to try to kill me or anything, best believe I'm armed and ready.
I'm telling you, minorities is gonna be out for blood. That's what's gonna happen. You think it's a game? It ain't no fucking game. The moment you take away the rights from people or you try to infringe, they are going to come out for a bang. They're gonna go and to kill anybody they see that tries to take it. It's gonna be like the purge, where crime is gonna be legal for 12 hours a day. Okay. All right, I know, girl. Thank you for showing the love.
And I'm advocating this right now. Please, when you get a firearm, please be responsible.
Get a license. I advise people who own firearms to not only get themselves a license, but also get a mandatory therapy check. Because I don't want mentally insane people running with guns.
Well, I have a psychologist, and plus, I always think too before I do something. I was like, no, I can't do this. All the way, just don't let nothing get to you.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, yeah.
And can I tell you this too? Like, I know I got a different belief than you, and plus, there's been a couple times that I almost did something bad, and I felt God touched me and told me, "Don't do it. It ain't worth it."
Right.
Because it was just, it just kind of had a weird feeling. And then
that was the big D. That was your consciousness was in touch with your empathetic side, and you, due to your morals.
And the demons wanted me to do it, but I didn't let the demons get to me.
That's good.
Yeah. Are you guys talking about DeSantis? Yeah, we are. I was referring to DeSantis because I don't like that meatball head motherfucker. That fucking wannabe Mussolini.
And you know what's
he's
so
Italian.
bad?
He's Italian.
You want to know what's so sad? That Ron DeSantis, he's Italian and Cuban, and he wants to discriminate against Hispanics. Man, that motherfucker's a coon. And that's an insult to me and my dead brother.
Yeah, because he don't want minority. He don't want Latinos to have their history, like
because
struggles.
I'm not fully white, and plus when that purge goes on, I know them motherfuckers that they already know that they already call me
George Soros also back him. Well, I don't know too much about that. Sorry.
And plus, they get jealous of my looks, and plus, of course, they want to try to kill me because they know they can't compete with my look. Because with that looks, you know how those inbred Hicks women loves them exotic looks.
Oh yeah. If you're a person of color and you look all together,
though.
They're gonna they're gonna get mad jealous.
I'm a light-skinned
shit.
dude.
They may want you.
Of course. And plus, I fuck them better than those ugly ass Hick motherfuckers.
Them nasty, no teeth having, gingivitis smelling.
And plus, I remove my. And plus, so what? I got grills, but I got removable ones made out of real silver.
At least you still got teeth. They don't got no teeth, barely teeth, rotten mouth.
Reason why I got removable ones because sometimes I want to style my real teeth. Sometimes I want.
Like veneers, like getting teeth implants or veneers.
Yeah. Because I don't want no permanent grills, because I heard it can cause problems.
Yeah, with the metal. Yeah.
And so it's better. To just have removable ones because you can clean them better and stuff. The only con is you got to worry about it when you get in the fight. I'm aware of that part.
Yeah, and people knock it out and they're like, "Oh shit, damn! I hope they don't put me on World Star Hip Hop."
Oh God, World Star.
Cause that'll be embarrassing.
I would take them off before. But I know how to snatch them off quick before they try to touch me, and put them into my box and put them in my pocket quick enough.
Just like girls who got to take off their earrings and sometimes take off their wigs, you got to take off your teeth.
Yeah, when you're.
Well, the metal ones.
The metal ones, That's a bit far-fetched, Greg. I'm not surprised if George Soros was backing Ron DeSantis because George Soros is clearly a man of many dark mysteries.
Well, George Soros, he's a Nazi Jew. He's a communist and fascist hybrid.
And he plays both sides. Like, he plays the Democrats and he also plays the Republicans. And he likes to. He's like Satan, except not like DeSantis, but he's like biblical Satan, if you get what I mean. You know, that's what I refer to him.
And plus, he did a lot of bad work for Adolf Hitler back in the day. George Soros did, and plus, he's the one that funded Antifa.
Yeah, because he didn't fund it for good reasons. He was funding it because he wanted a race war.
Black Lives Matters. I ain't saying the good sets. I'm talking about the evil sets. You know, that made the movement look bad.
Yeah, the Black Lives Matter, just like with rap music. I said it before, and I know I may get flagged for saying this, but just like with rap music, black people never was rapping about drugs and trying to get money and fucking bitches and killing niggas and what have you. Black people was rapping about the streets and trying to make a living and trying to get themselves out of poverty and also expose the government. They were rapping about that. Once I don't want to say this, but fuck it, I'm going to say it anyway. Once the crypto Jews, as I call them, was seeing how woke, you hear this, Will? Woke black people were becoming of the oppression, they infiltrated the rap industry, became the managers for the black artists, told the black people, hey, listen, stop rapping about the good stuff that can elevate your community and start rapping about shit that makes you selfish, make you narcissistic, and also make you egotistical. And this is where they started to rap about bitches, money, drugs, this and that, and it's gonna sell. People are gonna love it. This is what Hollywood also is dominated by. You know, it's dominated by this, and I might get flagged for saying this.
And if they
want
to
be labeled as an anti-Semite, I love Jewish people. My friends are Jewish. I've dated a lot of Jewish people, so it's nothing against Jewish people. It's against the evil groups, elite that are running the industry, and that is, you know, there's a whole story on that, and George Soros is one of them. So I've heard. So.
And he was also a Nazi back in Germany years ago. He did a lot of bad, dirty work for Hitler.
And just like Fauci, he created AIDS. Okay.
Oh yeah, you right on the ball game.
He
with
did.
That one.
He did.
You're right.
Because he don't like gay people, so he wanted to kill them out. So he created. Actually, there's two people he didn't like: blacks and gays. So. When people say gays and blacks aren't related, no, they kind of are when it comes to AIDS, because the first target demographic he was going for is kill off black people, and then the next demographic was the gays. It's speaking of STD, ZTD, STB, what's happening? Have you been cleaning yourself lately because someone told me that you slipped and you forgot? What?
What?
And see, this is why. See, when it comes to a Christian, this is why. See, even though I come from the side that's mainly the Catholic or Baptist, but me, I'm the first one to convert to non-denominational in my family.
Someone told me Chayton loves to walk high school girls at home, and oh my god.
And you know, in a non-denominational, we're kind of like way different. Ain't all judgmental and stuff. We're more open-minded compared to them other Christians.
I think mostly, we're completely just trying to be neutral. We're trying to be neutral in situations. And we're trying to be neutral in situations that just try to help society, and we won't divide ourselves or have control over that, you know.
And plus for Christians' information, it don't matter how much you hate gays and stuff, you still should love thy neighbor.
Yeah, I mean, you can be
like
indifferent. You don't have to support. Hey, Kevin Laggy, you don't have to support. You don't have to be in full force. But at the same time, you have to just respect and just leave them be.
Exactly. Just
But
leave
the
them
moment
alone
you
if
overstep
you
your
don't want them bothering you.
boundaries, the moment you overstep your boundaries, that's it, ZTB. You crossed the line. I chuckle a bit. You gone too far.
What's the stream about?
I was replying to Will because he replied to me on my recent stream that I did about Ron DeSatan.
What was it?
Damn.
He was saying that, you know,
And his
there's a
dumbass
war
don't
against
realize that
Republicans, and
he's sold out to the white supremacy.
Yeah, basically he was just in opposition. I think he only watched a little bit of the stream and then he just made a response. Listen, I have nothing personal against Will at all. I'm just replying to him. But that is what I was talking about when it comes to Ron DeSantis and what he's doing and how he's trying to do things. And Will basically took that and he kind of thought I was attacking Republicans entirely, and you know, he was thinking I'm attacking white people, and that wasn't true. I was attacking Ron DeSantis and anybody that supports his ideology.
Like somebody else did.
It's just so bad that the Republican Party then became a shit show now. They ain't nothing like on the Abraham Lincoln style no more.
Nope.
You know, it's more so of people just trying to demonize people and trying to remove their rights. You know, it's different when you don't agree with them. It's completely different when you don't agree. But the moment you try and censor... Oh, by the way, I got a new chair, so you won't hear any creaky noise. I got it. I paid $300 for it from Best Buy. And there's a difference between taking away people's rights and just trying to be indifferent towards them. Because you can be indifferent. You can literally like not agree with just, you know, their life and who they are. You can be a racist. Nobody's saying you can't be a racist. Just know if you be a racist in front of me, you might get decked in the face. Or I might cuss you out.
Oh yeah.
Or you might get fired from your job.
True, that's true.
Or you might die from someone.
Or you might sue them if they're rich. Because if they're rich, sue the fuck out of them then.
Exactly. Yeah, take the Karen's money and extort them. Shit. You want to be a hateful bastard?
Karens, and I cannot
I'll take advantage of that.
I cannot stand them male Karens, which they call the kids.
The male Karen.
The Kens and Karens. Yeah. Oh man, look, not too long ago, look, there was a Karen and her boyfriend was starting shit with this big ass white dude, and this big ass white dude knocked both of them out the fuck out at the same time.
Karma. God.
I was like, damn right, knock both of them motherfuckers out. They want to double team you? Fuck that shit. Like the bus driver said, when that bitch spat in his face and punched him while he was driving the bus back in 2012, he says, "You going to jail? You going to jail now?" And uppercut that bitch. But I'm not trying to advocate on hitting innocent women, no. But when it comes to situations like that, that's definitely acceptable because that bus driving incident, she put a lot of lives in danger could have caused a fucking wreck.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm sure you remember that one. It was in Ohio, the bus driver. It was a 67-year-old man at the time. And this bitch was like in her early 30s or late 20s. Go fucking argue and start shit with him. And spit in his face and punch him while he's driving the bus.
That's crazy.
Because now it ain't just white Karens anymore. Now there's some other races that's starting to be Karens now.
A lot of races.
Following that shit. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, this is like a fucking virus.
Even attack on street vendors too.
Can't even have no fucking peace no more.
Crazy.
You just made a. Who made a death threat to me?
Wait, what?
You just made a death threat, ZTB. You just made a death threat, ZTB. I'm so offended. Even though I laugh a bit, I'm so offended.
I know what that's referring to. I know I'm not stupid by that.
And also, to these damn Republicans that's going around trying to legalize child marriage and stuff, what the fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers? I mean, y'all are some sick motherfuckers for that.
Sick motherfuckers, indeed.
Because, I mean, you fucking serious. Ugh.
The sad part about it is just people literally just being entitled assholes.
Yep, entitled.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that Hiroshimaru, man, that dude is a male Karen. He's a kid.
Okay, Octo sent me this scenario. I'm going to read it on Discord. He says, I have a scenario for you. What you would do if you're stuck in your room and DeSantis jumps through the window in Rambo gear. He probably does that already. And he says that he's going to kick your ass. What you would do. I mean, it's not hard. Just show him, an interracial gay porn. And then boom, he's going to faint.
Yep.
That's true.
Hell, you could even show interracial straight porn,
or show him a drag queen.
or yeah, do where they
Since
call
he
it
wants
the
to ban
F
it.
word. The transgender woman slur, the S one.
Okay, so Lincoln Potter says, I do not agree what you're saying about Ron. Well, what about that you don't agree about Ron DeSantis? Explain. What about Ron DeSantis that you don't agree with?
Oh, I bet you know who. Yeah, I bet you know Reptilian is supporting the hell out of them pedophile Republicans secretly.
Well, I won't mention that.
I mean, just don't be surprised. He may talk a lot of shit about politicians, but trust me, he's been busted so many times by BioX on his bullshit. And yes, Hiroshima wants to talk about somebody living rent free that he's living rent free in everybody else's head, but yet it's actually you that's living rent free in his head, since he always wants to mention you so much.
That's what a hero does.
See, he's a hypocrite. And the funny thing is that he really wants to keep thinking. He wants to think he's doing any kind of justice, but yet he keeps getting exposed on a daily fucking basis.
This is coming from a guy that supports Putin. So
Well, he supports Putin?
yeah, he's on his community tab. You see it?
Wow.
You didn't see it? He told the
supporter.
Listen,
Fuck Vladimir
he told
Putin.
the ICC to fuck off, and even though he's got on a West Road from him.
Why the fuck would I want to support a motherfucker like Vladimir Putin? He's a piece of shit. He's trying to bring back Soviet Russia.
He's a piece of shit.
So obviously, Hero, you are a fascist and a communist hybrid. Because if you supporting fucking Russia, that's what the fuck they are.
It's on his community tab. I took screenshots of it.
Oh, and guess what? ZTV, remember when BioX reacted to Uganda was talking about on eat the poo-poo on there and talk. And remember there was insulting, saying homophobic shit. Even though BioX laughed, though I couldn't help laughing neither because of how stupid. Rewind was laughing because of how stupid that over in Uganda they sounded by saying that on every time they lick the asshole and they're eating poo-poo. And that's not always true. Because like, do they not realize that gay men can clean their own assholes out?
CTV's away, I think.
I mean, because because over in Uganda, man, they just being a bunch of fucking morons on there saying, and then when they show their hand in there, they're grabbing the poo-poo. Like, it is funny and disgusting at the same time. Like, I wasn't trying to laugh at the gay community. No, I was laughing at how stupid they were for saying all this bullshit they were spreading. And BioX knows what I'm talking about if he's in the chat watching.
Bio probably asleep because he's probably working in the morning.
Oh, okay. But yeah.
He has
well,
a life.
I'll just let you know though, but it's so funny though how he reacted to that video. Man, he had the funniest reaction to that homophobic Ugandan video. Oh man. This world be on some dumbass fucking shit.
Yes, it is. Dumb shit.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, hey, it's
Had to climb
ZTV.
upstairs. Yeah.
Do you remember that time when BioX reacted to that video in Uganda about talking about eating the poo-poo, and then they were insulting homosexuals?
It's funny. It's funny now, but it's not funny current because it was funny back then, but it's not funny now.
Reason why I'm laughing at it because of how stupid they are.
And they're so stupid.
I laugh at their stupidity. That's what I'm laughing at. It's funny on how stupid they are. Yeah.
I went downstairs to the basement. I just came back up.
Because remember on that video how the Ugandans was trying to say lies about homosexuality and trying to say all of them eats the poo-poo and when they shove their fists in the asshole, they're eating the poo-poo and all this and that and even shit on their dick and stuff.
But why are they even like this is what I don't get. Why are they so obsessed?
What the fuck?
Why are they so obsessed with what people do in their bedroom? Like why does that concern them? Why are they so infatuated with that? And if they want to talk about eating the poo-poo, a lot of them Africans and let me not.
Man, did they not realize that you can douche your asshole out and clean it out? And there's other stuff you can do it
gimp
clean out the asshole as well.
What is a gimp? Let me Google that. Hold on.
What
is a gimps? I don't know. I'm gonna find out.
Yeah.
It's like the kinky suit you wear. That's what it's called, a gimp suit.
More evidence I can use for your sexuality. I already know. That's
I
the
mean,
pegging. That's the pegging suit. That's the suit that they beat you and they whip you and then they
or punch you
Oh
or
yeah.
slap you, whatever,
or fish you. Yeah.
or spit on you.
I don't. I had never heard the term. This is the first time. I don't know what a gimp. I'm not into your kink. Okay, I'm not into BDSM or by BDSM. I'm not into that, but I know you are because you like to peg yourself there.
And and all you got to, like they were talking about, are so
I'm not
obsessed
into
with
your fetishes.
homosexuality. I mean, that's some fucked up shit. Like, I mean, like, do you not know that they can clean their asshole out? Because if you look on straight porn, you don't see no shit on their dick from fucking the women in their asses.
Because it's the hypocrisy. Because they have no problem doing anal with a woman, but the moment a man is in the picture, they want to think of shit and feces and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
They
do you
want
not
to because
realize
it's
that
this.
everybody shits out their ass?
No, but it's this idea of labeling gay people as being disgusting. And how do they do it is that they talk about that aspect when it kind of really,
Yeah,
when they're
getting
talking
shit on
about
their
it, they're
dick.
talking about males. They're not talking about lesbians because they love their lesbians. They're talking about the male aspect.
And the
they want,
transgender women that are
and the
pre-op
trans
as well.
women. Yeah, the trans women especially. And what they're doing is that they're trying to use that as their forefront, which is why I always get at people
And
who use that
I know
comparison.
many names they call transgender women. They call them wannabe women. They call them
Man.
she-males, trannies. Says all that disgusting slurs. He, she,
dude, brother,
yep.
nigga,
And then on the transgender women, they want to call them. They call both faggots.
shim.
Because I remember watching this true story movie of this transgender woman that got raped and killed and later on killed. It was called Boys Don't Cry.
Oh boy.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's a true story about a hate crime on there. It's back. It's an old movie, but I watch on true stories about hate crimes a lot and stuff. And man, I have to say, like, I honestly could never even be at that level of just going at people that ain't even bothered me of that kind of sexuality. I mean, it don't matter how much I hate them, I still couldn't even go that far.
It comes to a point of it comes to a point of just unleashing that internalized malice and just completely just disrespecting them.
Yeah, man, it was so fucked up. Like what they did to this transgender woman on one part, I mean, transgender man, but it was a pre-op transgender man. Well, and
that person was born a woman
and raped him. Yeah, two dudes actually two cisgender dudes raped him in the film, and this was a true story. And the cisgender man was transgender man was named called Brandon Tina, and it happened back in '92 when Brandon Tina got killed. Yeah, because see when they caught him and the roommate, them two dudes, that's the same cisgender men that raped him, and then went in there and shot a cisgender woman, and then shot Brandon Tina in the head.
Oh wow, that's horrible.
Yeah.
But it's the reality, and
Man, it was
always,
just
and
so
they know,
fucking screwed up when I
and
seen
what
that.
kills me
sad.
is that those kind of documentaries that you're
this actual
referencing.
movie though, Boys Don't Cry, like a motion picture. Like,
is it based off a true story?
Yes, it's based on a true story.
So you can consider that to be a documentary. Those incidents, DeSantis wants to censor. But I want to get back to this comment that I highlighted before. Let me scroll down before. Yeah. Damn it, Dragon and Chayton, stop trolling.
To be, I'm gonna go. I'm not. I don't want to stick around here right now. I'll catch you later.
All right, Kevin. Ron DeSantis is not a racist. He's not trying to ban Black History Month. I didn't say he's trying to ban Black History Month. I said he's trying to ban history books from schools and put only the history that makes white people look good.
Yeah, the
Instead of
whitewash
showing
history.
the ugly, whitewash. It's telling a falsified history in controlled opposition. If you are okay with this, that means that you support history revisionism and fascism at that. I mean, that's pretty much it. Why would you take away history books that literally is important to the lives of people of color in America? Regardless of how bad it may look, to the other side, it's what makes us essential as American citizens. If you agree to that, that means you agree to removing the rights and removing the rights of other people when it comes to knowing knowledge. He wants to do this from grade kindergarten to grade 12. That's all the way from kindergarten to high school. If he can do it to high school and get up to 12th grade, he can do this to college. What makes you think he can't do that to college if he can do it to the academia in 12th grade?
And it's so sad that you got some dropouts that are so much smarter than some of these graduates. And I'm happen to be a
Omega,
dropout
what's
that's
going
smarter
on?
than some of these graduates as well.
Exactly.
Like, look
I
at
agree
Hero,
with you,
for
Big D,
example.
and
He
Omega. I agree with you.
graduated though, but he's a dumb fuck. And I'm a dropout, and I'm smarter than him.
It's just so sad. It's just so sad that people are literally doing this. People are literally, oh, he's coming in. Yeah, because Omega wanted to come on the last stream and he didn't even make a opportunity to show up. So I think he's going to come here. It's just so sad that these group of people, like, they talk about cancel culture, right? It always makes me laugh in a more cynical way. All right, Kev. It always makes me laugh
in that cynical way too.
in a messed up way, because these are the same people that brags about my free speech.
Yeah.
I need my speech. But look at what you're doing to the schools. Look at how you're trying to censor history and revise it. That's what I mean.
Oh, I've caught hypocrisy all over the place. This is exactly why I'm independent. Because I take the good ideas, but I don't like the bad ones.
No, good ideas are bad. The bad.
And also that right there, what that guy is doing, man. How can you even be Hispanic and go against Hispanic culture?
Because he thinks he's white. And when you think
and the
he's
funny thing is, he's half that. Watch when the tables turn on you, and when they backstab you that one day, no longer need your ass. Don't come crying to my ass, motherfucker.
Look at it. They're doing it to Trump. They're backstabbing Trump. The Republicans are going against Trump and voting for DeSantis.
Yep.
Okay? It's like watching Trump and
DeSantis
DeSantis go at it. I must say, I am very amused. I was on the train. I was watching it on ABC, and I was literally heading off to work, and I was like, let me just pop this shit before it goes in the tunnel. And I watched, and I saw them two arguing, Trump calling DeSantis, you must be gay. If you like me so much, you must like me so much, you must be gay. And I started busting out laughing. This is the only time I really enjoy Trump, when Trump is going against his own kind. And they're like, it's like watching two vicious beasts
and plus
fight
Trump
to the
hates
death.
Hispanics, so guess what? That's why he goes at Ron DeSantis. So that
Hey,
way
Andrew, what's going on?
So he can go at him, since he always says racist stuff about Hispanics, that's why he's going at Ron DeSantis even more. If you really think about it. And see, Ron DeSantis, You got thrown under the bus by Trump. How does it feel to be thrown under the bus by a Nazi? You fucking fascist wanna
Well, he's a
wannabe.
Nazi himself. He's
I
a
know,
Nazi
but
himself because he wants white revisionism.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing though. Like, let's say this. Motherfucking Ron DeSantis is trying to be Mussolini while Trump is being on the Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Actually,
But
Trump wants
also
to be
Joe Biden's
Putin
a
because
piece of shit as
he
well.
loves his Russian daddy.
And I cannot stand Joe Biden either. Fuck him. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And always will be for the crime bill he done.
Yep. I can go
can't
in on
support him.
Joe Biden. I can go in on him. Andrew, what's going on? What's happening?
And see, that's the Democrat right there I cannot stand.
I don't like him either.
And I cannot stand Kamala Harris. That bitch is a coonette. Fuck her.
Listen, when I talk, listen, let me tell you something when it comes to Kamala. I think she's very shady. I think that she speaks
She
lies.
fucks for votes. That's the truth.
I mean,
Judge Joe Brown exposed her and Joe Biden.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to knock anyone who has to be a hoe to thought it up to make it because, you know,
I know, but
I'm one of those kinds of people that have done that. But well, not to make it, but you know,
I know
we all get it nitty gritty, okay. But you know, what I will knock is disingenuous and how she says she's for.
and also wants to laugh around so damn much, knowing you can't laugh like a little kid all the time when you're in serious fucking business.
Especially what's going on nowadays, you know.
Exactly, and you think this shit's funny? There ain't nothing funny about this shit.
And I'm curious to see why didn't Joe Biden talk about what's happened in Florida? You know, we're talking too much about Ukraine. We need to talk about what's happening in our own country. Like, enough of Ukraine. You sent the money. You sent the trillions of tax money to Ukraine to help them. Now let's talk about what's happening in this country. Let's talk about what's happening in Florida. Why isn't Biden speaking on it? Kamala says he's for the rights of minorities and LGBT. Why isn't Kamala speaking against what's happening in Florida? No one is talking about it. No one is having a discussion. You know, they're keeping their mouth shut. And I wonder why.
And that's the Democrats I hate. Those kind. Like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I cannot stand those kind. Just like I cannot stand the evil Republicans like Ron DeSantis.
But what's happening now is that we're between a rock and a hard place where we have effed up Democrats and, you know, the Republicans have effed up Republicans. Again, I don't really blame the politicians all the way. I blame the people who elect them into office.
Oh yeah, same here. And that's why I try to tell people
elect them into office.
Like, do research before vote.
I really do like this chair. This chair is nice.
And see, and a lot of motherfuckers don't want to do research before they vote.
Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and Barack Obama will be in prison. Well, I would like to see the receipts of that because so far I don't see any form of evidence to speak on that. You know, if you're going to bring conspiracy, at least come with receipts. I'm all about receipts. Come with receipts. You know, if you just come with information rather than just a statement, you know.
And Hunter Biden is a crackhead because we seen that on video.
I mean, we see the video. I saw the video of him, you know, doing those hookers.
And he was smoking crack on one video.
Yeah, he did cocaine, he did crack, he did heroin, he did you know, I think he was smoking a bong, and then he was doing his cocaine, he was sniffing it. And yeah, he was taking all the drugs you can imagine for that video that he was doing, that sex video.
And also Joe Biden is definitely a pedophile too.
Oh, that's true. That's 100%.
Because he sniffs on them. You see, he sniffs on kids and stuff.
I wouldn't want to be in the same room with Joe Biden, you know.
Man,
he's I don't feel comfortable with someone who grabs people in inappropriate areas without their consent.
And who also goes around saying, if you don't vote for Joe, then you ain't black. Like, who the fuck are you to tell who to vote for and who not to? Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Like, who the fuck you supposed to be? They slave master? Fuck
Yeah.
out of here. This ain't the slave times no more.
You don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like who? And the what kills me is that so many black people agree to that. Like,
And that's so stupid. Because
that's
you know
what I'm
why?
saying. Like the black
Even
community
Philip Scott of
today is
even Philip
just
Scott of the Advice Show, aka the Black Congregation, aka African Diaspora, aka Philip Scott Show. Philip Scott even went on Joe Biden so hard and told him that and it said my skin is still black no matter how many times I try to wipe it off, Mister Jim Crow Joe. I like Philip Scott when he goes in on that motherfucker.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, what's your thoughts on Philip Scott? If you ever heard of him.
I heard of him and I heard of what he said about Joe Biden because listen, let me tell you, if you're going to determine someone's race based on their votes, you must really, really be asking for, either a lashing verbally or just someone to just clown you all the time for saying some stupid shit like that.
Also,
why would you say that? How can you say someone's votes determine their ethnicity? You ain't black. Like that's not even Hotep say some dumb shit like that. Like, oh my God.
just a cop-out thing. See, he's trying to be slick with his little racism.
It shows.
And Joe Biden wants to say he denounced white supremacy. Denounce white supremacy, my ass. You still a white supremacist, you piece of fucking garbage. You just closet now. And also, you don't even need to speak on. And also, the funny thing is, Joe Biden don't even need to speak on gun control since he released a piece of shit arms dealer.
Not only that, he hides behind the Democratic Party. You have a lot of these
you know what? Because I'm
undercover.
calling out his hypocrisy. You know what? Because I don't want to hear nothing from his diarrhea mouth anymore.
You have a lot of Democrats. I mean, you have a lot of politicians that hide under the party that they favor, and they do shit behind the scenes that you guys, you may not be aware. They may vote for other legislations that you're not aware of, or politicians they may elect who literally supports human rights violation, child marriage, all these other facets that could be detrimental, to society. That's the kind of people that they would secretly vote in, and that's what's unfortunately happened.
Ooh,
Outer heaven, what's going on? What's
shit.
happening?
I just cannot stand that piece of shit Biden.
I can't stand him either, man.
And plus, he don't care about gays and nobody. He just doing a front. He's making a fool out of people. That's all he's doing.
I would not say that. I would say that about Kamala though, because I did my research. I did my fact checking. Yes, I did. I always do my fact checking, and I found out he's been supporting the community since 2016. So
yeah, but don't trust him though. He's still
I don't trust him.
Shit. And plus, he's doing a front. That's just
don't
a
trust
fucking
Kamala.
Front. They just
because I've caught her. I caught
That's
her.
all they doing. I know how fake they are.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Trust me. But I caught her doing homophobic stuff and transphobic stuff way before she was elected to vice. So when she was, in California. So
and racist shit too, because she went around talking mad shit about black men, and it was even smiling after prosecuting a bunch of black men that get 15 or 25 years on that crime bill
a lot of black
bag
men.
of marijuana. Yeah,
exactly.
a dime bag. And also some of the cops even planted the shit in their cars when they pulled over hardworking black men. And put
all because they want to
guns,
smoke a joint.
Put fucking, stolen guns and illegal drugs in the car and had them in prison 15 to 25 also that way. And that's fucking bullshit. See, that's why I cannot stand Biden and the Clintons. That's why I say fuck them. And fuck George W. Bush for doing a war crime on Iraq. And also fuck Barack Obama for being a damn coon and kissing up to fucking piece of shit Biden's ass. And piece of shit.
Well, he had to
Clinton's
because
ass well.
listen, if he didn't support Biden, he wouldn't become a president.
Yeah,
Biden
well,
was his key
He's
token.
on with him. He's a coon.
Yeah.
I'm just
And
gonna
Hillary.
say a spade's a spade.
It was both Hillary and Biden that enforced him to be president of that time.
And also kissing up a Klan member's ass named Robert C. Byrd.
They're all screwed up. They're all messed up, and we understand that the politicians are always coming with dirty hands. That's 100%.
Oh yeah, I'm just calling a spade all over the place.
But if you understand, and this is going to the people here, if you understand how messed up they are, why be in favor of more repressive behavior that could jeopardize us as humans? If you knew these politicians are nefarious, why worship Trump? Why worship DeSantis? Why worship these people if you know that they have a dirty hand and they're being very nefarious about it and they're trying to take away the rights of others? Why worship or why give your praise to these people? And I find this a lot with even the conspiracy community, who literally would say, hey, guess what? We hate what Joe Biden is doing, and we're against the deep state and what have you. But yet, in that same breath, they would support. They will be all in favor of Trump, as if Trump is not part of that same party. Trump is part of that same league. If you are part of a conspiracy, and the moment you mention their big daddy Trump, all of a sudden they're gonna have put their pitchforks out there and try to bash you and take you out, verbally speaking.
Yeah, go like roar! Stop talking about my
then
leader,
you really
Trump!
see the SJW that comes out of them. And that's what I'm trying to say.
Like with their pitchforks.
And also, if you are purely against the politics and the politicians that are affecting this country, you're against shady politicians, why are you siding with a politician that is removing history and rights from people? If you are neutral and claim that you want no part but you're not for it, why put yourself and basically negate your neutrality in order to go a step further into demonization? Why do that? Why do that? Why do that? Why take away the rights of others? Why take away the rights of people? Why take away the rights? All because you just don't like the fact that they're living that life. Why do that? I don't take away your rights. I don't remove your rights. I don't like the fact that you may be a bigot, but I'm not going to force and, take away your job opportunities or brainwash your children and tell them, hey, don't listen to your parents. Listen to me. I'm not going to do that. But they will. They will censor history. They will censor science. They will censor all forms of knowledge in order to keep people asleep because they don't want you to be woke.
And
clear
also,
as day.
And see where I'm at though. I did shit. I took background checks. May not have a permit on, but I have took background checks.
I mean, we all take background checks. They do this by, getting your social security information. From there, they can see if you're involved in any sort of legality issues or what have you. A drug test is also liable to that. So, yeah.
And also, and reason why I support women, carrying something on them. Like the good ones, because the reason why, because there's so many rapists out there, you better beware of at this point, because it's going to be a big spree.
And what's also is that a lot of these legislators that want to take away women's rights to choose, because what they're doing abortion it's not man. I don't know why people paint this picture about abortion as if they're authorizing every firstborn to be slaughtered, Old Testament God style. Like, they're not doing that, you know. They're making it a choice, so if a woman wants to get an abortion, she can get an abortion. You know, that's just what they're doing. They're not trying to say, hey, let's remove the rights of the baby. Let's make sure we kill the baby. No, they're giving the rights for a woman to get an abortion.
Yeah. Now, some of the psychos out there that's doing abortions, though, you know, like the one that says, I love killing babies. Now, that dude
those are
right there that said
psychopaths.
that,
Those are psychopaths.
that right there, he shouldn't have said that, you know, because that's fucking, that's fucking
lunatics.
disgusting. Like,
those are lunatics. Those are people who have something wrong with them. Yeah,
that's lunatics. Like that lunatic needs to get help.
No rational person would say something like that.
He really said that out of his mouth, and he was outside the clinic smoking a cigarette. Because when this person that was anti-abortion was talking, he really said, "I love killing kids" to that anti-abortion person. Right there, you fucking idiot! You just proved that dude. You proved the dude right by saying that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this idiot?
He's an obsessed, crazed person. That's what he is.
The crazed person just always got to fuck shit up, and sometimes it does. That's why you can't have crazy people working at places like that.
Can't give crazy people weapons. You can't give crazy people guns. You can't give crazy people the right to bear arms, because they're not. That's why I highly advise people who own firearms, you know, to not only get themselves a license, but to also get themselves a mental evaluation.
Right.
And plus, also get a gun safe, so that way you can lock it up.
Yeah.
And see, mine cost $2,800, but hey, it was worth it
for protection.
You know, so that way no kids get hurt, and plus, well, you know, because and also other people don't get hurt either, and also don't get stolen that easy, because I'm telling you, it's so fucking heavy. Like, by the time they get this motherfucking fucking safe out I got, man, the cops already gonna be there. You know, if I wasn't home or something. Like, that's how heavy the fucking safe is. It would take like fucking 10 people to get it out, though, but it's gonna still be hard, especially with a lot of stuff in it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the sad part. That's really the sad part about it, you know.
That's
but
why I
what
got
can
the heavy
you do?
shit. So that
what
way
can
that
you
is,
do?
So when the idiots can't take it, when the idiots can't take nothing.
What can you do? You know, because you don't wanna. Dakota. You don't wanna basically just take responsibility, you know, for the people out there who just want to give anybody guns, you know. They just want to give anyone without any sort of license, no training, no mental evaluation, you know, people with irrational thoughts to own guns and weaponry.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, you're supposed to and parents, please always teach gun safety, so that way, just in case they become a police officer or a military, teach them responsibility, not irresponsibility.
Teach them
they ain't gonna do that shit.
They ain't gonna do none of that.
That's why it's up to the school systems to do it, because there's a lot of shitty parents out there that don't want to help their kids. They want to censor information.
Teaching them that, and look, and the ones that's teaching them that, good job. The ones that ain't teaching them, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
They want to censor information, and they want to just completely just get rid of it. You know?
Yeah. Get rid of it.
I'm
because, you know, a side that wants to have guns all crazy in the streets, and then you got a side that's in between. You got a side that like, and then you got a side that wants to completely ban them, in some aspects, but not all. But I'm like right there, both are disastrous. But now the part having the license to own one and being evaluated check, better idea. Because there's too much shit about to hit the fan these days.
Goodbye, America. Because we're gone. We are gone. We are leaving. Some of us is packing our way to Canada. Some of us is going to stay in Dumbfuckistan, which is America, pretty much the South and the Midwest.
I'm going to Canada.
Go to Canada, leave the Dumbfuckistan alone, or go to California. That's your only bet. Because they're not going to touch California because they think California is a bunch of satanic witches sacrificing children to Baal, and they're promoting their rainbow fruity philosophy. So they're not going to touch California.
Oh,
I advise. Oh no, I was going to say. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I'm not going to California because I got a Joker and a dragon in chat that wants to sexually harass me. So I wouldn't go for my fear of safety.
But don't you
protect
like that?
my bum?
Don't you like that?
No. Joker's the one that likes it.
Oh, okay. You sure? You sure you're not doing bottoms?
Hypothetically speaking, even if I was, he'd be the bottom.
And that says it all. There's a hypothetical, which means there's a grain of pegging, a grain of penetration. No, you should really know, for real, Chayton. I'm not gonna, as much as I, make fun of the bi, you should really try, pegging at least one time. You should try. Have you tried it before?
No. The only time there's one girl who.
And you want to get at me for not knowing what a gimp suit is, but you never tried doing the pegging routine?
Did you never see American Horror Story, at least the first season? Remember Evan Peters in that? Huh?
I forgot. I completely blanked it. There was just so many. I have to rewatch it. There's so many things I forgot about that.
The suit is in season 1. That's actually when I first heard of it.
Because I know how it looks like, but I call that like I call it the dominatrix suit, or just the suit that people use for BDSM. I call it that. I didn't know the official term was the gimp suit. So I was like, gimp suit? Let me see what's that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit, that. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I think
I'm not into BDSM. I never did. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but I never did it before. I never had BDSM. So I thought you had BDSM before.
Was at a BDSM bar I went to, like a couple of years ago. I think it was my last birthday before COVID.
Did you put a gimp suit on?
No, I just witnessed it. It was a couple of friends of mine. We just went bar hopping.
Watching people fuck?
Found this random place.
You were watching people fuck?
Huh?
You were watching people fuck?
Oh yeah. Well, if they were, I like. One, I was too hammered at that point. Number two, I was I just was like, okay. I was waiting for the FBI or something to knock the door down, because I'm like, is this shit even legal to be doing right now? And it looked like
it ain't pedophilia like some people houses.
Go ahead.
No, I say it ain't pedophilia like some people houses.
Oh yeah. They did ID checks and all that good shit. Well, it's a bar anyway, but still.
And house check for lingering children if there may be there. Cubics, what's going on? Long time no speak.
What up, Cubics?
Yeah, I'm about to get off. I'll see y'all later.
All right, Big D. So yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. That's what I wanted to say regarding Will's reply. I have nothing against Will. Everything, Will, me and Will, we're cool. But Will made a response video to me. And it was articulate, it was intelligent, it wasn't any sort of bashing, what have you. He made it clear he wasn't trying to bash me or anything like that, or wasn't trying to make fun of me like some people that starts with an H who's apparently
But you
making
know,
a
people are
stream.
gonna try to twist it and say, "Oh yeah, ZTV's talking shit about you," or vice versa. It's like
That's why I had to make a disclaimer, and so people clip me out of context, well, they can go back to the source material and see what I'm really saying. And yeah, I have nothing against Will. I just disappointed in the fact that all he took from that stream was, I'm against white people, and what was it? And that I'm too woke. I'm being too woke, and I'm not seeing from the other side a point of view on things. And I'm like, dude, that's not my point. My point is, don't censor history. That's it. That's my point. How hard is, it's nothing difficult. Don't censor history. Don't revise history to suit your, whatever being that Ron DeSantis wants. Don't revise history. Tell it like it is. Every generation needs to learn because they need to grow from learning. And the way you grow is to look at the past, compare your present, and then past, like seriously. Compare the present and then create a good future from learning from the mistakes.
But let's not also forget that history. It's the unfortunate thing, but history is what is written by the winners. So even
Precisely.
Like for example, I always it could be considered dumb terminology, but wrestling terminology, how WWE just says, "Oh yeah, we were always going to win against WCW," even though they were nearing bankruptcy because of them not being able to change back in 95, 96. But now, since they won, they could basically write it any way they want, because young people that are going to grow up,
they won't know the real information that happened back then unless they Google it. They won't know the real information that happened back then, unless they Google it.
Yeah, it's like like whenever someone's at WCW, you see probably a lot of young people just say, "Oh, that's Woman Crush Wednesday." I'm like, ugh.
Did Saudi Arabia bought it yet?
Not yet. From what I've heard, there's not going to be an announcement of a sale until probably after WrestleMania, which is this weekend. WrestleMania, that is. So if there's any sale going to happen, it's going to happen afterwards. Because from what one of the guys that works there, I think Nick Khan, he said sometime in the next 6 months, possibly. And that was a couple months ago, he said.
August, September.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, I have high hopes, because if they're smart, I don't think they're going to censor anything, because if they're smart, they know that their viewers are attracted to things that
they've already
features westernized culture.
They already censored stuff. This was before any of this talk was going on. They did that
For
with
real? For real? They did that?
Yeah, they okay, so
all right, Octo, thanks for coming in.
They censored fucking. There was a WrestleMania match with Roddy Piper, Bad News Brown, and Roddy Piper came out in half blackface, and they took that entire match out, and then they censored another scene when DX came out as a Nation, and it was only because X-Pac came out in blackface, and I understand people getting offended by these things and all that. But I hate that they're just censoring everything that, I wasn't offended 20 years ago because we were in a different time. Oh, but now I'm offended, so I'm going to cancel you or whatever because of that. Same thing with Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah.
It's like...
And Speedy Gonzalez.
And they're doing that with movies, too. I know that they are in the process of rewriting a good amount of the James Bond books to not make them misogynistic, which I think is so stupid. I'm like, again, they are products of their time. Regardless of whether you agree or don't agree with it, they are products of our time, of a different mindset that we were in. You go back to Looney Tunes episodes or Disney, especially back in the early days, they were hella racist.
Then Donald Duck was a Nazi supporter in the original.
Yeah, it's like, that's what I'm saying. Whether or not you gotta. I always say this about history: you gotta have the good and the bad. You cannot have one or the other. You got both, really. Because it shows the evolution of where we've come.
Yeah, because it shows that we grow and we learn and we know this happened in the past. This is what we used to watch, and this is how, as in the present, we understand and we comprehend. And I'm going to say this to Democrats too. I don't like when Democrats censor, entertainment that can be perceived as being hate speech or perceived as being offensive. What we should do is give our context to it, or just don't watch it at all.
Yeah, like, what was the movie I saw the other day? I hadn't seen it in years, but I know they've been trying to remake it with Peter Dinklage, but it was The Toxic Avenger. Anybody who's seen The Toxic Avenger knows that movie is very, like, it's like, word-wise, it has not aged well with some of the, like, they're making fun of disabled people, yada, 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 all this other stuff. Luckily, I've got the whole Blu-ray
Family Guy
set.
does that shit all the time.
Yeah, if they freaking try to censor, I don't think they ever did from Peacock, which is surprising. I've watched the Peacock version too of The Toxic Avenger. They did not censor, which is actually surprising. But if they ever do, that's why I've always said I'm a big advocate for physical media. Duck Dodgers, the complete series, is coming out on Blu-ray tomorrow, and
oh wow, for real?
I still don't know why.
Sweet.
So I'm buying that son of a bitch because I really want to preserve it. But it's just the idea of certain things that they could easily take away because they find it. They've done that. I think they did that with.
I swear to God, they better not censor Queen Tyrini. I swear to freaking God, if they censor her because she is a jet black person and make her skin color blue like what they did with Jinx when they changed the Pokemon Jinx because they thought that was blackface, so they made her blue skin. They better not.
Yeah, like I think they even did that with Gone with the Wind. I don't know if they did it with the 4K version of that movie, but I think on HBO Max they censored Gone with the Wind.
I know you're gonna be in tune for that.
Which is, I'm sorry, but that,
and
like,
Chayton
again,
lives that life all the time.
What? Oh, CTE. Oh, I bet you would like to see a Jester.
But careful, Jester. He'll charge you $100 for any sort of material.
Well, I was about to say, I'm about to be the male version of Nikki Bella. You can look, but you can't touch. With all these men coming, like, it's raining men. But the difference is, I don't know that well now.
He said it. He know the men are coming to see him. Coming to see him.
No, it's like Nikki Bella. You can look, but you can't touch.
He said rain and men. He wants the men to watch. He wants the men to look. But the men is not going to touch him. But he don't mind if the men watch.
It's like what I tell a lot of women nowadays. I'm like, I quote Will Ferrell from Blades of Glory. Very underrated comedy.
That's a good movie. Yeah. Oh my God. That's
I always say this, looking like, and it's for the women, not for the men, because the men they can't touch. But looking's for free.
Mm-hmm.
Touching's gonna cost you something.
No.
Dylan, what's going on?
Hey,
welcome.
How you going? How's it going?
Not much.
Love that picture of Gohan you got there. Back when Gohan was actually a badass. Now he's not.
Did you see Superhero though?
I did not. Dude, I've been listen. My entire Monday to Saturday time has been busy. I have no time to watch anime. No time.
Go. Even if you can't watch it right away, go buy the Blu-ray or go buy it on digital or whatever. And then when you have time, watch it. Because if you like, I'm not going to go into detail, but basically, if you're a big Gohan fan, you're going to love this movie.
I hope, because the last time I saw Gohan was useful was in the Majin Buu arc, okay?
Shit, I like, the last time I saw Gohan useful was fucking the Cell Saga, which is still my favorite saga.
That's the best, because that's the saga we all were rooting for.
I know, and it's my favorite, and honestly, Cell is my favorite, like, villain, just because
Of course he is, because he's you. Because he's you.
Oh, someone who's trying to best
because he's
everybody
you.
and improve myself all the time.
The perfect form is Chayton. Wait. Hold on.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, shit.
Dragon Ball
I know
Z.
Walmart. I saw you post. I think it was on your Facebook. I saw you had your
Omega,
what's
what's
it called?
going on?
Dragon Ball Bukai Tenkaichi.
Yeah, I think I got
Oh, shit.
I still need to get those because Walmart has a pack. It's like 3 packs of each season for like under $40. So I need to actually do that where they because I could probably pay $60 to get all the seasons. At least I think it goes all the way to the Cell Saga, the Walmart exclusive box sets. So I gotta.
Is it Blu-ray or is it DVD?
Or him or me?
No, for the Walmart exclusives.
Blu-ray.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not bad. Like I said, three seasons per pack for about $35. I'm gonna have
Dylan's taking out all the receipts, all the Dragon Ball. He got the manga. He got the games.
Yep, and I also got the
See, I
bill.
wish I still.
He
I
got
wish
the
I still had
posters.
the VHSs. I still have. I remember getting the the Frieza saga on DVD or VHS. Excuse me.
Oh, here's something Ninja 3. We used to play it all the time, though.
Dungalow is here. Oh, shit. Now that is something that I'm jealous about because I only have that
Oh, it
for
looks like
Zelda.
he's getting the
I don't have that
rainbow
for Dragon
yin
Ball.
yang, and I get the yin yang as well.
Duality. So Omega, you wanted to
Check.
yeah, you sound Gucci. You wanted to speak your mind on the topic because you didn't do it last time. So you want to do it today while we have time. Few time.
Omega, what's up?
And Will is here.
Right.
So I'm gonna have to get rid of one person.
Just talk about it's dark.
You can get rid of me. I'm about to hit home anyways. I just wanted to stop by for a little bit, but I'll be watching the background.
Let the chaos unfold. All right.
Oh yes.
Bye
Peace,
bye
love,
bye.
and prosperity, gentlemen. Catch y'all later.
Bye
and
bye.
peace, love, prosperity to everybody in here, gentlemen and dragon. Anyway, later, guys.
Boyfriend.
I just don't see why is it a problem to just talk about what happened, not to demonize one person.
There's not going to be any chaos. I'm in my
What
office at work.
Nothing more. Nothing
Hey, you
less.
been good,
Like the
DTD?
whole world is aware. Sorry, bro. But whatever.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Dragon.
the whole world is
Yeah.
aware of our dark history. And hell, every major company around the world has a dark history, right? Like no country is perfect. So why the hell is it just so hard to acknowledge what happened just for what happened sake?
Everybody, let's let Will, Omega, and me just talk. If you guys want to chime in, you can do that. But I really want to handle this right now. So just stay, if you're going to have to say something about it, you can say.
Is there a huge issue? I wasn't attacked.
There's no issue. It's no, and I mentioned that. I said you can, hey, I said this is not an attack on Will.
I'm just catching
Yeah.
wind of it now, so I don't know what was said.
Yeah, I'm replying. I saw your stream that you did, and I said, let me reply to you, because I think I watched it, and then you mentioned you only watched a few moments of it. You didn't see the entirety. My attack was not just on Republicans. It was not on a broader spectrum. It was just for the specific group that voted for DeSantis. Those particular Republicans I was referring to.
So, but what is the issue you have with him? What's going on? Because I know.
Oh, I have a lot of issues with him. You want me to go by the laundry list?
Race theory in schools, which I agree with. I think it causes.
So you want black people to be minimized from history?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
That's what he wants.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that's just your point of view, but you're entitled
No,
to that.
that's literally what he said. He said he wants to revise the African American history that's too woke. What that means is the revolutionary history, like the civil rights movement, the Jim Crow laws that oppressed African Americans and people of color. He wants to remove that shit and sugarcoat the history to make it look like America was all candies and gumdrops when it
Well,
wasn't
isn't
like
what
that.
the left, but isn't that what the left does every day when they're tearing
Hell
down
fucking no, we
statues?
don't. Hell fucking no. We acknowledge the
It
evil.
is.
We acknowledge
Oh,
that shit
then leave the statues
all the
alone then.
time. We talk about the wrong, the bad, the wicked. We mention it. We bring it up. We vocalize it because we want to talk about it. But when you tell kids, and this is what Ron DeSantis is doing, when you tell kids to censor history, that's a form of fascism. Because only countries who do that is China, Russia, Cuba, and North Korea. Okay, and Uganda, if you want to add it to the mix. They
Communist countries like
politicize the history to censor it because they want to paint themselves as the victors or as the people who save the world or save the country. And so they don't acknowledge the dirty history that came with it in order to save face. The newer generation is not going to know unless we teach them. But if you censor history from there, they're not going to learn. And if they're not going to learn, they're going to have a warped, distorted view on what really happened.
But be more specific though. What exactly does he like? What did he say he wanted?
He wanted exactly we mentioned critical race theory, but then he went into depth and he says, we don't want to have the woke status of African Americans learning about their cultural background to make them more revolutionary, which means anything that's involving the civil rights. So you talk about wokeness, right? So the beginning of wokeness was the civil rights movement. And that's when we fought against the oppression, against racial discrimination. Ron DeSantis knows that history is what started. No, that's exactly how wokeness started for black people. It started from the civil rights movement. And from there, once we fought back against racist oppression,
Using the term woke in the 1950s and 60s.
he literally had a bill that says anti-woke, and part of being woke for people of color is to acknowledge the revolutionary moments. To be woke, which I don't get why people have a problem with woke. Why would you want to be asleep? Woke means to be aware. So the opposite of woke is to be asleep. You want to be asleep to everything that's happening, or you want to be aware of what's going on so you can better your decisions.
There's a lot, and you're right about that. The actual meaning of the word woke and everything is true, but there's a lot of things that go along with being woke that a lot of people don't agree with, including myself. So
the next thing,
there are some things that make a lot of sense when it comes to like woke culture. There are some things that make some sense, but then there are some very, very bizarre things that I don't necessarily agree with.
Well, let's talk about the next thing. Censoring little girls' sex education, which means when girls learn about their periods. So when I grew up in school, I took sex ed, and they talk about, masturbation and, the semen and all of that. And they told us about that from the 8th to the 9th, I think it was around 8th, 9th grade. We had sex ed about that. No, I'm lying. It was 5th grade, and then it was 8th and 9th. Yeah, because when I started freshman year in high school, that's when we had a sex ed teacher. But in 5th grade, we had like a guest, like a sub teacher that came in there, and they taught us, they put it like a video, like a VHS video, way back when, guys. It was like during the VHS days. And they put a CRT in the middle of the classroom, and then they were teaching us about the different biology. It wasn't explicit. It was like a cartoon cutout of the insides of a human body. Like how they show in the doctor's office. It wasn't no porn, no nothing, no explicit sort of material. It was just full-on scientific and basic human anatomy of the male body and then the female body. And that's what they taught us in 5th grade. We never got taught pornographic content, like explicit sex scenes that is shown. We never got to watch that in any sort of, as far as I remember, in any sort of class involving sex ed. So that is something that I don't get why people are putting emphasis on, knowing that that is part of the human biology. we don't think about sex when it comes, or sexualize when it comes to kids. Sex knowledge actually prevents teenage pregnancy. It prevents STDs. It prevents rape. You don't teach these kids this, they're not going to know what it is, which means other people, actual groomers, could take advantage of those children.
So does he want like sex ed itself banned? I thought it already was anyway. But
Yeah, he's banning the talk of PMS. PMS for girls, their periods, because girls get their periods at age 9 and 8. Around that time, it's around the same time men get their develop their hormones for ejaculation. So around that time, that's when they start they're having the talk. The reason why school systems do this is not because their parents are supposed to teach them. It's because their parents, some of them, don't want to teach their kids. They want to censor knowledge. They don't want to be good parents and teach their kids about these certain anatomies. You got some parents that live in a strict religious household, and sex is just something they don't talk about. And so these kids don't know until they come to school, and then they find out about it.
so
And once
is
they
it
find
it's
out,
the whole course as a whole, or is it just Transgender Tuesday he wants banned?
it's the whole course. He actually mentioned trans, drags, drag queen, women masturbate, not masturbation, women PMS, and men masturbation. He wants to get rid of those kind of topics. He doesn't want to talk about masturbation, women having their periods when they bleed, transgenders, gay
So
sex, or gay relationships, which is homosexuality. He doesn't want that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't necessarily totally agree with him on that point, the transgender and all that stuff, but I do believe that is something that should be talked about in your later years, not necessarily in grade school. I think that's a little bit too early to bring that type of stuff up. I don't think the adolescent mind
Well,
is capable
rape
enough.
starts.
I'm not talking
Rape
about
starts.
I'm not
Rape.
talking
No, but
about
I'm saying, when I was going to school, kids were having sex from age 10 in the
yeah, I
bathroom.
know, and that's crazy. I don't that should never
No
happen.
condoms.
Yeah, no, believe me, I remember in grade school
I've
there
seen a
were
lot
girls
of stuff in public
there were
bathrooms.
girls
To be
in
And dry
honest with
humping
you.
at a younger
grade,
age,
7th
playing
grade
quote unquote house.
that were pregnant and shit.
So we
But
need to educate. We need to educate this. We need to
I'm not even
educate these
funny
children.
about that. I'm being serious. Like,
Nobody's grooming. Nobody wants to sexualize. Who the fuck want to sexualize a child? I don't want to sexualize a child. I don't think anyone else wants to. Only pedophiles will sexualize children. But part of educating is to maintain maturity, responsibility, and action. And part of that is giving the proper steps to let a child know, because some parents are bad parents and they don't teach their kid about these things. They refuse to teach their kid about these things. They still tell them about the storks, or maybe they say God created a womb in the mom's belly, and God gave birth to the infant that came out of the mother's womb. They still will promote fairy tale like beliefs in order to convince the child of that, and the child will be oblivious to that. The child will believe in that until they get to know the scientific reason, which is the actual reason for how a child is created.
Damn, it's raining like a motherfucker outside.
It is. It's raining, man.
it ain't raining over here, and I'm in Seattle. Ain't that some shit?
And
That's
you guys
all.
get rain all the
I don't
time.
have I didn't. If anybody thought that I was trying to start an argument with you, I wasn't.
No. I explained that. I already explained that. I said this is not an attack against Will. I was just replying to Will's stream because I think Will didn't watch the full thing. So I said this is not an attack on Will. It's an attack on Ron DeSantis and his followers.
What? We're not gonna kill Will this time? Fuck! I'm gonna put my knife away.
No.
I'm playing Will. I'm just joking.
Well, that's why. I'm not used to this. I'm used to when I come into a room that's already inhabited by 4 other people. It usually ends up in an attempted gang attack on me. So I was kind of fully prepared. But I have all the faith in the world in ZTB. If he wants to have a conversation, he will. You could tell the difference when there's going to be a fight and when there isn't. And when there
I
isn't,
don't I
there's
know it.
Okay,
but,
fine, Will.
no,
I'll
I
promise
just
you a fight. I'll fight and promise you a fight on my channel, Will. Okay, G.
if you wanna, well, fuck, if you
I'm
wanna
just
argue with me, that I'll fucking
I'm
argue with
fucking with you,
you.
Will.
Just
I'm
be
just fucking
careful
with
what
you,
you
Will.
ask for.
Okay. Well, we
I
fighting
just,
over. We always fight. I feel like we're like the two drunk dudes at the bar that just fight over shit. Like, no, man, I'm the right one. And you're like,
yeah,
yeah,
kind
well,
of a
I'm the
little
right
bit.
one. Busting
But
each
it's
other over
like
their heads with Heineken
the
bottles and
main
shit.
thing
Like,
I
whoa,
said
whoa, whoa,
in
whoa.
the video that I did. Well, it was like
Yeah.
basically I was like that would have been a conversation that I wanted to be a part of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I did
And
that other stream late, so at that time, I don't think you could make it to that one.
no, I wouldn't. No, there was no way. But yeah, no, I mean, I've said my piece. I'm not gonna fight with anybody here, and I gotta get back to work. So I will talk with
Oh,
y'all
damn.
another time. Yeah, I'm in my office right now, so I gotta like
Wow.
and stuff.
All nighter.
Time, work out.
All right. Well, thank you for coming. And, I'm glad we actually, this is how you have a cordial conversation with people who are watching.
Take notes.
Take receipts.
Yeah.
Peace
Proper
out, everybody.
receipts. All right, man. Take care.
All right, I'm
And
about to
that's
go
it.
too. So, sorry to pop in. So, see ya, guys.
All right, Dylan. Thanks for showing the collection.
All right, thank you.
Oh,
No
shit.
problem.
Tekashi 69. I forgot to react to that this week. Yeah, he did get his ass.
Yeah, he got his ass jumped. I was like, oh, shit. I saw that shit on Yahoo News.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't. I
that
was not surprised about that.
Face bruised, everything. It was like, damn. I was like, oh, shit.
He had
One,
no
I'm surprised he
security
got
with
caught slipping, and two, I'm surprised he lived. But
no security, nothing.
I'm just saying, this generation has gotten soft in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, the shit that he did. I mean, I grew up in the '90s, and I mean, even though I wasn't into gang life like that in the '90s, but like still, I heard stories. I know some people that know seen some shit. To the point where, like, yeah, he shouldn't be walking around. I'm not saying that I want him dead, but I'm just saying.
You're talking about DeSatan?
No, I'm talking about 6ix9ine, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I'll get back on topic with Rob DeSantis.
No, I feel you with Tekashi. I mean,
That's your people's ETB. That's your people, New York.
He ain't my people.
He's your people. He's your.
I don't claim him. I don't claim Tekashi. That's like if I claim Cardi B. I don't claim those people.
Why don't you claim Cardi B? She's from the Bronx.
I don't claim those people.
Okay, do you claim Nicki Minaj?
Yeah, I do. I claim Nicki.
Why do you claim Nicki but not Cardi?
Because I like Nicki. I like Cardi for memes, but her mindset is just complete. I don't agree with.
Myself, I mean, okay, I like both of myself. I like Nicki both. I like both of myself.
No, I'm more in tune with Nicki. Me and Nicki, yeah. Nicki's the person that I vibe with the most. Cardi, I just like to make fun of her.
Why do you make fun of her? What did she do? That's your people.
Because she's an idiot.
She's your people. She's
not my people. Ain't my people.
She's lived as fuck. She's lived the fuck out. What the fuck?
She's not my people. Just because we from the same state doesn't mean she my people. She not my people.
Yes, she is. She's lived the fuck out.
She's famous for being her. In her own special ed way.
What does that even mean? What did she do? Like
special ed education way.
Okay, now I'm curious with you. Okay, I'm to the average right winger. I understand why, because of political affiliation. But now with you,
no, she's legit. She's legit special ed. I think she has something wrong with her. Like I listen to some of her streams. Like sometimes she does that when I'm riding the train and I'm bored. I'm going to YouTube, so I have my headphones on, and sometimes I may see her. And then one time she talks like a child sometimes about issues that you're supposed to be a little bit more professional as a grown woman. And then she just like one time she was talking about how she used to wipe her vagina and wipe her coochie when she was walking to the strip club. She used to talk about how people need to wipe themselves and all this other stuff. And she was talking like she was like a child. Like it was almost like listening to a child say that. And from that moment on, I knew that this girl, something is mentally slow with her.
So the ratchetness of her speech, which she's talking
No,
about,
it's not ratchetness. Nikki is ratchet, but Nikki is intelligent. Nikki's not going to lower herself to, degrade herself in that way.
I don't know. Okay, okay, I seen that. I seen that stream. I know what you're talking about because Tucker Carlson
Yeah.
raged about it and shit on Fox News or whatever. But like, I don't know. Like, I guess DJ in a strip club. I mean, I hear this shit a lot from other bitches and shit, and they be
No, listen. I respect the hustle. I respect the grind of a stripper.
No.
Let me tell you.
I'm just saying. I hear. I mean, I'm used to hearing. I mean, I guess I became immune to it. Like when I heard chicks like talk about their vaginas and shit. Like there was always that one ratchet chick in the strip club that I guess you could say talk like that. Like she was like, yeah, then, yeah, and some other.
But Cardi talks public, like she even when Jimmy Kimmel interviewed her and Jimmy Fallon interviewed her, you can look at how she communicates. It's this she's not there mentally. You can tell, and they just play along with her. They play along with that character. When Nikki gets interviewed, Nikki's articulate, intelligent, watches what she say, knows exactly how to say, sexualizes herself, but make it more of a control dominatrix kind of type. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I really like Nikki, because of her mindset. And because me and her are similar personalities. Okay. And also she's a Sagittarius.
I guess me and Cardi are similar some personalities because sometimes I do kind of screw the pooch on my speech sometimes. So
no, but see, Omega, you smart as fuck, but you know, Cardi is not.
I think she's smart, man.
She's street smart, but she's not. You know.
No,
she knows how to survive in the streets, but she lacks etiquette. She lacks the ability to be classy. She lacks the ability to handle herself in situations that.
I think you ever seen the show Hustle and Flow with T.I. and when she was with T.I. and yeah, what's that other dude's name? Rapper Chance the Rapper. That's his name. Yeah.
I never saw that.
You never saw Rhythm? I think it was called Hustle, not Hustle and Flow, but Rhythm and Flow. It was like
never saw that.
It's basically like the rap version of what's that fucking show with Blake Skelton? And you see, it's like the rap version of what the fuck? What's the show that that Blake Skelton has, but he's about to leave now? And
The Voice.
Yeah, it's like the rap version of The Voice, pretty much. You know, it only lasts one season, but I'm okay. Damn, now okay, fuck. Now I see where you're coming from too, because she did kind of sound a little bit off. Now I'm seeing what.
Yeah. It's like when she talks, she just sounds, you know, she sounds like a. I don't mean to offend people here, but she sounds like she's like, you know, that she just came out of the short bus.
A blonde kind of, yeah, because like I remember she tried to go to school and like she went to like a school and to try to read a story, but she was like wearing like a slut, like a I don't want to say slut outfit, but like pretty much an outfit that I wouldn't want to that yeah, like showing her titties and as shitty titties and skirt out, and I'm like, fuck you doing, Cardi? Like you're around kids, you know. I mean, be a hoe in music videos and for me, but like don't be a hoe and
yeah, she dresses like that around children too, and that's groomer behavior too. You know, because when you dress like that around kids, you know, and you're sexualizing yourself around children, that's some groomer shit. But I think she's too dumb to understand.
She's too.
You know, at least Nikki is fully aware of what she's doing. I'm telling you, Nikki is extremely intelligent. That girl went to college, went to be. She was going to be a theater major before a rapper. She was going to be in the acting business before her music career took off. But she went to school for acting and drama and theater. She's really good. Don't underestimate her. She's really good. She's really talented.
Okay. Well, okay. Damn, I'm gonna review Cardi B then. Because crap, I've been defending her. Not gonna review her.
I like Cardi because I like making fun of her because she's an entire meme. She's like a cartoon character, you know. You just like to use for like me. Like when I use my GIFs, my GIFs, I sometimes put Cardi and I'd be like Cardi eating popcorn, or when Cardi be like you know, I put that out there, and then you know I use that for funny laughs and gigs. But I only do that because I'm just being messy.
Okay, basically her head ain't there, but her heart is in the right place. Okay.
I'm not sure if anything is in the right place, but at least she's entertaining for you guys.
hmm Whatever, man. I gotta review that. I'm gonna review that's on my to-do list. But yeah. So let's get back to Ron DeSantis. I'll get back to that.
The Satan.
Yeah, like it's not really hard to just acknowledge the good and bad as far as what happened. That is it. As far as acknowledge just what happened, and we can acknowledge it happened, and just learn from it, so that history won't repeat itself, and we can just keep it pushing. Just like every other country has for their own history, every other country has with our history, because I'm pretty sure every other country is aware of our history. You know, so it's just like, well, what the hell is the problem with this? Like Americans, well, particularly, I guess you could say, particularly white Americans, not all white Americans, but like the non-based white people, or white, like, why is this all just a knowledge history?
Oh, Dylan. Yeah. Dylan. I think, what's Dylan, or was it, who just left? I forgot. Oh, I think that was, let me see. Let me go back to that was Anthony. My bad. Anthony just left.
Yeah, I'll just say, like, and at the same time, like, and when you talked about the tampons and thing like that, I was reading something, it says something about Utah and tampons. A bill for hygiene products every Utah school will be banned. Okay.
So let me find this article. Keep talking, Omega. Hold on. Let me just find this article.
Oh yeah. Oh, it wasn't Utah. It was Idaho. No, it's talking about wokeness. They said I call free tampons in school too woke. You hear me? And which I'm like, how the fuck?
I'm here. I hear you. I'm just typing the article.
There's a law. There's this bill in Idaho that is possible that Republicans are trying to pass, which is like, I guess they have free tampons in schools, but now they're trying to take that away because they said free tampons in schools are too woke. Which, like, what? Like, like at this point, it's just basically being used as a the word woke is trying to evolve into a pejorative as far as whatever
anything that's libertarian or leftist, basically.
Or okay, well, not to be that literal, just anything they don't like. Like
anything that progressives and liberals favor. You know, as long as liberals don't favor it, then they have no problem with it. You know, but if liberals favor it, they're like, oh, we're gonna have to go against it. But let me read this article. This is pertaining to the don't say period, not the period like, you know, like period, you know, like when you make a point. Period as in girls and women's menstrual cycle. How Florida Republicans are taking aim at basic sex education. Ron DeSantis wants a bill to restrict when students can discuss human sexuality at school. This is his meatball head self. While many of the controversial educational bills in Florida had limited how schools teach about the history or gender, the latest House Bill in 1069 is turning back to a more traditional target for conservatives, sex education. If passed, the law will require teachers to get approval for materials used in sexual health classes, which can be only taught in grades 6 through 12 under the law. It will also require that schools teach a specific definition of sex and reproductive roles. So what this means is that you can only basically talk about basic forms of basically heterosexual sex. You can't teach about homosexual sex, transgender. You can't teach that. You're only supposed to teach the basic. It goes in, it goes out, boom, you make a baby. That's it. So that's the kind of law that they want to pass. You know, very, very Mormon-ish, if you get what I mean. The bill joins DeSantis' two other education initiatives, the Don't Say Gay law and the Stop Woke Act, in seeking to restrict what teachers can talk about in the classroom. And while it's nominally about sex education, it would reinforce those laws' restrictions on what students learn about gender and relationships, and increase the state's ability to restrict students in the school library by giving parents and community members the power to object to some materials. So, which makes sense. I mean, I get, some parents may not be okay with their kid learning about it, and that's perfectly fine. I get that part. During
I
the
have a question though.
go ahead.
I just had a question for them. Like, what would you do if two kids just came out the blue and they were like, hey, two little boys come out and say, "Hey, we love each other," and they found out about gayness. I mean, because when I say this, is in the context of, let's say this law passes now, the word about gayness is already spread, right? Like, and so like, in order for this legislation to like take to the effect that Rob DeSantis wants it to take effect, like it will take like another generation, right? But like,
Yeah, but he wants to start from the bottom and work his way up. So how it starts with fascism is they try to start with
yeah, that's I know that's, and I know that's all legislation, right? Like lots of legislation, it takes time for it to take to the fullest intended effectively, right? But I'm saying it like, so what do you do if two guys came out and they're like, "Hey, we're gay"? Like, what is the school going to do?
Oh, that's part of the Restriction Act, where you're not supposed to talk about it. It's the Don't Say Gay law in Florida, and
No, but this is
also
only for teachers. I'm talking about the kids. Like, if the kids say, "Hey,
yeah,
we're
that's
gay,"
part of the Don't Say Gay law, and that's part of the Stop Woke Act. So, in case you guys weren't aware, DeSantis is trying to censor homosexual and transgenderism and bisexual to be taught in schools. So he wants to only show heterosexual activities, and no oral sex either. You can't, because it says specific sexual information. So anything that's involving too much, kink, he's going to get rid of that, and he's going to replace it with just basic hetero in and out. Do you want to be a scout kind of, material.
how the hell are you gonna make? I don't know. Like it's where shit like this just make me think like Republicans literally like wake up and like take the joy out of everything. Literally, like I mean, I know like with kids, like I want to watch what I say because I'm not trying to say like kids between middle schools and high schools are supposed to like enjoy sex, but it's like
No, but it's not about teaching the kids to have it. I mean, we know kids are going to have it. I've seen it when I was 10 years old. They did it in the bathroom. So, kids are going to experiment. That's what kids do. Kids experiment on each other. You can't stop that, and I'm not grooming anyone. So for you people out there who says grooming, shove the middle finger right up your ass. So kids experiment. When I was growing up in the 5th and 4th grade, kids were having sex in the public bathrooms. This was back in the early 2000s, around 2002 and 2003. And those children, they didn't have sex ed at the time, but they had porn. And porn taught them Playboy, you name it, they learned it, and they experienced their hormones, and they used that information in order to enact the behavior in the bathroom stalls. What happens is that these kids get other kids pregnant. So at age 12 and 13, they're already raising a child, okay, at a very young age of 12, because they got pregnant at 11, and now they're raising a kid at 12 because they didn't have the proper knowledge at the time to learn about sex education. They have sex in the 4th grade and they get pregnant in the 5th grade. I learned sex ed in the 5th grade. Okay. But some people, they didn't make it to the 5th grade to, experience their sexual experience. They literally did it. And now in the 5th grade, they're having a child, at age 11. And it's just, this is the reason why I say we cannot censor these kind of information. We need to teach kids about it because this is something that is natural for humans to experience, and thus we cannot censor this information and then expect these kids. You don't know what goes on in these schools. The parents don't know what's going on 100% of the time with what's happening with their children. Okay, they can only guess by what the child tells them, but the child ain't gonna tell them everything. Child's gonna keep some shit to themselves. I know I did. Okay, I know everyone here did. You didn't tell everything.
To this day, even when you're an adult, you always keep some shit from your parents. Yeah,
yeah. You were like, yeah, you had to know all of that.
I'm a little
shit.
bit open with my mom. Like, if I tell my mom, if I went to the club and I like take a chick home, I'll be like, yeah, mom. And she asked, how'd you spend? How was last night? I'll be like, yeah, I went to the club, and I partied. That's it. But I don't literally go and be like, yeah, mom, I went to the club and I met this one chick with no panties on. And
she sucked my dick and I lick her pussy, I lick her ass, and I popped on the bed. You're not gonna say that. I mean, Chayton may say that, but
it was the best 30 bucks I spent in my life. You know what I'm saying, mom? But, I don't do that. Go that literal. I mean, in this
generation, say you went to the club, you had a good time, and then you came back home, you were a little bit wasted, and that's it.
Yeah, my mom knows some things, but not everything. And the only things that I try to keep from my mom. I mean, I had no choice but to tell her like, "Fuck, yeah," but yeah, yeah,
yeah. But getting back to it, it really shows you that this is the reason why sex ed is more apparent and it needs to be taught. It needs slick. What's going on? Yo, what's up? Just checking in to say hi, and I'm playing the new enjoy it. I didn't play yet, but enjoy it. Too. I'm doing Sonic Frontiers, so I got to finish that before I start Resident Evil 4. But yeah, getting back to it, this is why kids really need to learn about sex ed. Because if they don't know about sex education, they're not going to know the dangers or the risk or the consequences. Because it's not just pregnancy, it's STDs, And I'm going to be very descriptive here, and I don't care if I make people uncomfortable with what I'm about to say. Okay, so I'm just going to say it. Young gay boys, no one teaches them about anal sex. No one teaches them about the risk. No one teaches them about the proper cleanse, for that region. No one teaches them that. So they are left to experience those kinds of actions the hard way. And they're left through just learning from their experiences because, school systems don't like to teach them about these kind of things because they want to be against it. And so these kids, they grow up and they become teenagers, they don't know properly how to take care of their bodies on that kind of level when they're engaging in intimacy, because I'm just going to say it. These boys, they do it. The girls do it to each other too. It's a normal thing. As an adult, you can't prevent them. You can only try and stop them if they're doing it on a scale that's public. Or if you can, like say you enter the bathroom and you want to quickly prevent them and you want to call their parents as the authority, as the dean or the principal or the teacher, you have absolutely every right to, because that's part of your job. But 9 times out of 10, you're not going to see what these kids are doing. When I was 10 years old, I saw with my very own eyes gangbang action at 2 boys and 1 girl in a bathroom stall. And where do you think they learned that? Porn. So if they learn it from I'm loving it. They learn it from that. They learn it from porn, and they practice it. Or their parents. They miss seeing their parents do it.
Or R-rated movies, or unfortunately, maybe they got taught the wrong way through molestation and whatever.
That too, abuse. That's another rape. Rape is an unfortunate situation where it trickles down and it gets projected to someone where they practice that on other people, and the cycle continues. And that is abuse. That is another topic they need to discuss about is rape. And what goes further with rape? Pedophilia, child predatory behavior. That also needs to be talked about. Kids need to be aware of these things because the world is dangerous. You cannot shelter and send. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, why they're really doing this? I mean, because that's how much of the pro-life, especially I remember one Republican who was like, "Yeah, we need more white babies." It's like,
yeah, they were like white genocide and the darkies are breeding us out. You know, we got to preserve our white heritage.
well, I
On
put it this way:
Chayton's server.
if that's the case, the black people we're not grooming our kids are that age to fuck each other. I put it that way for starters. So like,
on Chayton's server, I showed one of this famous actor, Penn Badgley, or I think that's how you pronounce his last name. He's 25% black, but when you look at him, you would think he's a white man.
Mhm.
A lot of white people are mixed with other races. They just don't know it because they haven't did their ethno heritage. They just, think because they're white passing and because they're legally will be considered Caucasian that they're just fully white. No. You can be mixed with black and you don't know it. You can be mixed with Native American, which a lot of white Americans are, and you don't know it.
Yeah. I mean, after all these,
You could be mixed with Asian, Chinese, and you don't know it.
Yeah, and the sad
And
thing
you
about
can
it
look
is-
like Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I want to say I would endorse like the pro-life movement. I would endorse it a little bit more if they did actually take care of the actual life that they're bringing onto here. Like,
Well, we know it's not. We know they're not taking give a fuck. It's not about the baby. They don't give a fuck about the baby. It's about control. It's about minimizing the freedom that women
you're
have
truly
to their
pro-life,
bodies.
you would take care of the baby from the womb to the tomb. I forgot who the fuck
These
it was.
men, they hit it and quit it, okay? But they don't want to give women the freedom to have that freedom that the men have. The men want to fuck and, go
Like,
to the
you wanna
next
make
bitch.
sex enjoyable for the men, but a job for the women.
For the women, make it a liability for the women. But for the men, they can hit it and quit it and go to another one.
They're
It's
like,
it's
"Hey,
just
stop
like that.
orgasming, women. You can't stop smiling while I'm dicking you down. This is supposed to be. We're supposed to be making life."
It's also similar to what they do
What kind of shit is
in
that?
Saudi Arabia and also in East Africa, where they force the females to have a female circumcision, where they remove the labia or the pussy lips. They chopped it off, so that way anytime penetration is done on them, they experience an extreme amount of pain.
And the cool part about it is, if that's the case, well, never mind.
And the reason why they do this is because they don't want females to enjoy sex. So it's like a form of torture for the girls to make them to make them not virgins, but abstinent. It's just to make them and to save them for marriage. And that's why they go through the female circumcision. And these girls are forced to have it. So that way they will never enjoy the pleasures of sex because they really don't want women to have that power of or enjoyment of having sex.
Or just make women suffer in general because, like, even
Yeah.
when you have a baby, they want the bit they like this is a
They're gonna
shade-
experience horrific pain.
Yeah, and then like this is shades from the red pill community. Like basically when they want the mother to get all the headache as far as the kid crying and like you got to get up in the middle of the night and like see what the hell
Change
they're
the
crying
diaper,
about and shit
feed
like
the
that.
baby, caress
While
the
the
baby,
guy,
make sure
like-
the baby go to sleep.
While the guy while in their world the guy is like going to work happily, working 9 to 5, working hard happily and
Leave
shit.
it to Beaver situation.
Yeah, and woman is at home churning the butter and like making sure the kids is there and while at the same time don't even want them to have the clean coochies, like because I mean just like the Idaho bill I mentioned where they say tampons is too woke and they're trying to get rid of that.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of tampons. They want to go back to the medieval times where the women were bloody.
Yeah, I've been in a strip
The
club.
vagina wasn't clean. They don't want the women to clean their vaginas or clean the period because they're into, drinking vaginal blood. They're into that.
Like,
So
I'm telling you, Republicans, okay, to the Republican virgins, like I'm telling you right now, as a guy that worked in a strip club again, like I've been in a locker room and shit, right? I mean, yeah, it's a nice sight, but like you really do not want to be in a room with the chick with her period on and she ain't doing a fucking thing about it. I'm just telling you that right now. And I've been in a room filled with women, probably who arguably I'm not gonna say all of them, but one could assume it's not a good smelly it's not a good. It's not a.
It ain't no salmon you're gonna be smelling. I could tell you that much. It's more like catfish.
You're just gonna hate women even more. So what are you gonna do to suppress that? Like, are you gonna kill every woman with a period?
I had to tell a close friend of mine who
yeah, like
I'm not gonna mention her name, but she came into class. It was during my sophomore year of high school, and she came into class. It was my history class. So I'm sitting down, and I'm sniffing, right? And I'm like, why it smells like fish? And I turn around, I sniff again, and then I know, oh shit. So I had to pull her out of the classroom, make sure no one is around, and let her know, yo, did you wash your vagina? Cause when you came into class, I smelled it like I'm real talk. Cause we're close friends, so she's not gonna get offended.
Right.
So I was like, did you wash your vagina? Cause it I could smell it. He's like, I'm going through my month. I said, oh shit. I said, my bad. I said, I didn't know. She was going through her period month, so during that time the vagina is at its highest aroma. But I smelled, like, as soon as she walked, and I know all the other students smelled it too, and I'm like, it smells like fish, but not like, it just smelled like something else, right? And then I'm like, then she came like, oh, okay. So, I pulled her to the side, and I wanted to let her know that, hey, you gotta go, because there's a locker room on the other side of the hallway for girls to go in, and if they want to, fix themselves, they can. The men also we have our locker room where we, if in any such situation happens, we gotta, it's there. You know what I mean? So, she went there, and
there was a chick.
I know she was embarrassed. She was, She didn't came back to class too.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Like, we used to have there was like a use stamp on the stage, like at the end of the night. It's like it still was dark.
Oh, I'm used to seeing that. I saw that shit in college all the time.
Yeah, but it's like they just need to fucking just think for a second, and I guess that's Republican, that's right wing mentality. Like they always like to build the pyramid backwards. Like they always like to, like example, they're pro life, so they want the life to be here. But the problem is you got to prepare for that life and how to take care of that life. Again, take care of the baby from the womb to the tomb, not just from the womb. And then guess what? You're here and you're like, we're not going to educate this we're not going to educate this little girl on sex. We're not going to even take care of her with health benefits. We're not going to give her any type of wig, any wealth, any food, any and we're not even going to keep her safe because of mass shootings and shit like this. Like they gotta just
what happened with Tennessee?
Term.
Yeah,
you gotta think long fucking term, like and especially coming from a person that especially coming from a father, like it's just more than just hey, you have a kid and bam, right? But it's just and this is coming from also a guy that I never even thought I would be a father or a good father, but like I don't know, I guess it's something that I've learned only through experiences such as you'll never know if you're. Fuck, I'm gonna screw my food to my point. Fuck. I just forgot my point.
I get you. If you don't talk about these kind of things, embarrassing situations like this happen. And and it's not good for people who are sexually active, because girls, they get up to a certain age and, that's when they get a little bit frisky. Just like how us as men, we get wet boxers where we ski a little and then, you know what I'm saying? Like it happened to all of us, Some of us has too much skiing, if you get what I mean. But I won't go there.
My son did at the point, but yeah. Watch my son's draws. I mean, yeah, I'm like, God damn boy. You're my son, I guess. But yeah.
It happens because, but this is part of sex education, and this is how, when you teach kids, and you got to be mature. I think we need to stop labeling people as groomers and start being more responsible. The real groomers are the ones that are touching kids. The real groomers are the ones that are sexualizing kids in a way that they themselves are aroused by. And you can easily find those people.
I don't think we need to stop labeling. I think we just need to bring back legitimacy when it comes to labeling.
But see, that's the problem. There is no legitimacy.
Like it's like, believe it or not, with people, it takes me a lot for me to call someone an actual racist. Believe it or not, right? And I'm using that example because I know race has always been tossed around, such as like if a white person says something 40 years ago, guess what? They're a racist now. No, but like I do like. I like to say that I do put a lot of thought into calling someone a racist or whatnot, or I do put a lot of thought in calling someone a groomer or a pedophile. Because due to the fact I feel like I know me well enough to know that I will provide some nuance and context to it as far as why I did call him that, or at best in the heat of that moment, too.
Right, they display the behavior that really shows like full-on racial discrimination, like, not just calling you by the N-word, but also believing in black people being like this, and, them acting like a stereotype, and,
At best, I would say that is racist, which is the difference, such as like if someone did say call someone N-word, I'd be like, dude, that's racist.
Yeah, that's racist terminology. Like how I talked about how there's homophobic language, and then there's full-on like homophobic, right? So using homophobic language is not the same as being a homophobe, right? So there's people that like to use the word faggot, right? But then they're not, they have plenty of gay people who are close to them. They support the community, but they use the slurs, right? And they're not gay, and they use the slurs. You're using the language, but you're not respecting the community in that way when you use that language. But you're not against the community, but you don't show that consideration when it comes to the vocabulary. It's just like when racism, like you mentioned, you use racist terms like, nigger, nigga, spick, chink, jap, whatever you want to use, but you have no problem with the people and such, but you just use it just out of language. So, that comes with the territory of respect.
And what's also pissing me off about this a little bit is like the cowardness from the Democrats as well too. We got to give them crap too, because it's like,
yeah, the Democrats are pandering. They're literally trying to, we got to be better by being nicer. I say, get the fuck out of here. You don't have to be nice. No, be aggressive. Don't let them try to scare you off and make you feel like you got to be, the bully's victim. Like, no. You are the opposing party, so you have to stand your ground. You can't be kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's
you can't do that.
I mean, I say this is interesting enough too, because it's like, okay, fine, like I get it. We Democrats on our side, I'll just come out and say it. Yeah, most Democrats we got facts, we got knowledge, we got logic. By definition, I would say, hey, we're smart.
But we lack testosterone.
Yes, and they're not realizing what the American base is, and let's just keep it real. It's just filled with dumbasses. Like they're not gonna sit down and read a whole 20 pages of a good bill, right? They want to hear shit. They want to hear that bill basically refurbished onto a red hat. That's all Americans understand. And it's kind of a weird thing. Like I saw Joe Rogan and Bill Maher. He was saying like Americans can only read a 10-second clip or a 6-hour podcast on the internet. It's a weird dynamic we're living, weird times we're living in, but whatever, right? And
because the podcast reflects on. Let me tell you that it's. No, I'm actually glad you brought that up. When it comes to a clip, it's sometimes a clip that they just don't have any interest in, and they just want to get it over with. Or they may have interest in it, but they don't have the time to just watch like a long ass video. But with a podcast, they could, I guess, meditate on the stuff that they're hearing, and especially if it's someone that they are like either interested in listening to or just agree with or disagree with, they'll invest the time when it comes to meditation. It's a weird thing. We're weird humans. We are so weird.
Well, at least I would say weird Americans. But yeah, I mean, well, think about it like
Americans.
this: with Rob DeSantis, going back to Rob DeSantis, like this whole shit about Rob DeSantis, like chilling with high school girls. This has been well known for the longest time. But like when Trump calls him come out and calls him a groomer, and then lately at his rally at Waco, like he like really talks shit about him. Saying,
I love watching them fight. It's like watching a lion and a jaguar fight to the death. I just love it.
Yeah, but like when Trump called him a groomer, now people are opening their eyes like, oh shit, he's a groomer, even though this shit's been well known and very few media outlets talk about it. But
no, I don't see that. I see people turning their back against Trump and favoring DeSantis. That's what I see. The comment section has filled with people saying, well, there's people who like, we shouldn't fight. You know, you guys are both part of the same party, and we should just try to put our differences aside so we can get the Dems, get the Democrats. But then there's the other side that's like, you know, Trump, he's acting like he failed us. So let's go for Team DeSantis. You know, they're really looking for it. Yeah.
Trump is leading in the poll as it stands.
Oh, he's leading the poll because on the comment sections I look at the video on YouTube, especially the streams and the debates. Most of the comments are people favoring DeSantis.
I mean, I feel like they're trying to slowly shift to that. Okay, to be fair, I feel like that they are probably trying to slowly shift to that. But like at the same time as it stands right now, Trump is leading in the poll against DeSantis.
Listen. It's like
you gotta think about it like this: does DeSantis have the balls enough to actually run? Because DeSantis hasn't even announced his.
No, he wants to be, because that's what they're prepping him up to be. That's why he's getting this publicity.
But does DeSantis have the guts to actually take on Trump? Because I feel like DeSantis could take on Biden. He'll, because he already has his talking point tree ready for Biden.
Well, Biden is an easy peasy kind of lemon squeezy kind of thing. I mean, like.
Yes, but the problem is DeSantis has to get past Trump. And do you think that DeSantis could really step up against Trump? I mean, because you've seen him how aggressive he is in debates. Just
tremendously, truly.
Not saying he's a great debater, but like I'm saying it kind of like if this was WWE, like Donald Trump would cut the best promos against all the other jobbing wrestlers.
He basically has the mindset of a fifth grader. I mean, that's pretty much a fifth grade bully. That's what Donald Trump has. And Ron DeSantis, it's like the popular, like, okay, it's like the popular girl squad, and it's like the Mean Girls. Let me just quote Regina George, not Dark Horse. I'm not referring to him because I know
he's a better example. It's like Trump and Hillary on him. Like Trump and Hillary.
No. Even Hillary had balls. Hillary had a lot of balls.
I feel like it's the same.
Hillary had a lot of balls. I don't like Hillary either, by the way, but Hillary has more balls than DeSantis.
Like Hillary was the nerdy part that has the experience and has the knowledge and stuff. I mean, yes, she's grew up and all that stuff, right? But I'm saying it like that's what Rob DeSantis has, but he doesn't have like the swagger that Trump has that could sway people and could really like get into people's psyche as far as like having.
Yeah, he doesn't have the fuckboy mentality.
Yeah.
You know, I'm one of the richest executives out there. I've been in tons of yachts with many different women. I slept with a porn star, Stormy Daniels, and I lick her box. She sucked on my penis. No,
she's actually tremendously now.
Good.
She's actually horse-faced. She's actually horse-faced to him now, which I don't get. It's like, dude, just own up to it. Like. It's not like your base is going to turn on you because you fucked Stormy Daniels. They'll probably be like,
come on, like you think the world doesn't know? You talk about with George Bush nephew grab him by the pussy. That's what you said.
If Trump came out and said that he did fuck Stormy, even I would be like, hell yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, and if his base, if he feels like he is getting some heat from it, all he has to do is just be like, well, I saw God, and God perverted me.
Well, I mean that's a typical deflective response to not acknowledge.
Be like, fuck yeah,
especially the people who are like Bible thumpers who worship Trump and think Trump is a perfect representation of what American is supposed to be. And when they see Trump in his yeah, that's a good one.
I never heard that. 2 Corinthians. I'm like,
That's a good one.
2 Corinthians. I'm like, oh god.
That's a good one. But it's
when he's trying to like learn the Bible. 2 Corinthians, and I'm like, no.
2 Corinthians. Okay.
Double I Corinthians. I'm surprised. Like, but,
1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians. But getting back to it, I think with Trump, I think we gotta see. That's why it's like watching pay-per-view, except watching 2 Republicans go at it. We'll see what happens.
Fuck. Like I feel like I don't know, my prediction. I don't want it to come true, but
I mean, choosing between Trump and DeSantis, it's like choosing between getting your face mauled by a lion or getting bit by a black mamba by DeSantis.
I would say sticking a fork into if I would say sticking a fork in the top electrical socket or the bottom electrical socket.
So Trump presidency would be pretty much getting attacked by a lion. DeSantis would be getting bitten by a black mamba snake.
Yeah, but and I also say it like this because I'm using a lot of TV references, but fuck it. Bill Maher said it best. It's like, why the hell would they elect a tribute to the band when the band is still playing? Like that's the vibe that some people are taking it as. It's like Trump is still going. Yes, he's like 80 plus years old, and it's a lot. And logically speaking,
I think he's still in the 70s, right? I think he's still in the 70s.
No, he's about to be really. That's not that it was like.
Yeah, I think he's 78, 79. Let me see. I think he's still in the 70s.
He's like 1 year younger than Biden. I know that.
76. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, it's still old. It's still old because he's 1 year younger than Biden.
But he act like he's young. He act like a fuckboy. He act like he's in his 20s.
Yeah, for real. But it's just like why? But like why? But I feel like it's gonna be interesting just to see. Yeah. But back to Democrats, like Democrats just need to learn how to like dumb their message down and just like get ratchet with it a little bit. Like
that's the problem. They're being too much of a pussy, and they're
like
backing
even
AOC.
Out. Like AOC needs to let Cardi B come out. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene snapping at her. Just hey, AOC, look, we know you smart. You know you went to college, okay?
But you're a Latina and you're Puerto Rican, so you know you got that ghetto ratchet side. So unleash that beast. Come on.
And you're from the Bronx.
And you're from the hood, so you know exactly how it goes. And you're Puerto Rican, like come on, like it's in your blood.
And it pissed me. That's also what pissed me off about Obama too. It's like, listen, Obama, we get you smart. You ran the country for 8 years, okay? I don't want to see any tapes about Trump saying the N-word. I want to hear tapes about Obama saying the N-word. That'll surprise me even more. Like, dude,
he probably did. Shit, there's a photo of him smoking a cigar and smoking weed.
Yeah, like these guys gotta let their ratchetness come out. Like otherwise, I don't know. I sometimes feel like
I feel like the Democrats are afraid because they don't want the Republicans to get a one up over them on a moral spectrum, and they don't want the Republicans to strawman them based on pictures or accusations. So they try to play it the easy way out. Like that's the thing about Democrats is that they're starting to lack a pair. They're starting to become very pussified, and they're starting to just cave into Republican bullying. And they really start to become the victims, and I don't like that. I don't want Democrats to constantly complain all the time and talk about them being oppressed. I want them to do something about the oppression and fight back. It's not about just bitching about, oh, I'm oppressed. I want them to actually do something, fight the power, get violent if you have to. Not be radical, but be firm on your beliefs and just not give up, not cave in, and not try to form this unison of, let me be neutral in the situation. Like, no, if you're a Democrat and the Republican Party is trying to take away your rights and freedom, fight the fuck back.
Like,
don't just try to work things out. The fuck?
Learn how to fucking meme for fuck's sake. Like, meme on these motherfuckers. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like just running and then just not have running.
Because they're worried about being politically correct, and that's the problem.
I just want to run and then just bully the shit out of all these Republicans in the Congress. Like, just yell out shit. Like, I don't have no policies. I'm just gonna run and just like run off the basis of like, yeah, I'm just gonna talk mad shit when I get into Congress or be in the Senate. Like, that's what I
Like,
feel.
draw a fucking penis on DeSantis' vehicle. Like, do something. Like, vandalize him. Like, throw some fucking tampons at his house. You know, do something. You know.
I mean, because truthfully speaking, we already got policies. We got that established. It's been established, and while at the same time, it's been established so much so Republicans blocked all that shit. So it's like, I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why. I mean, I hate to say it, but Bernie Sanders didn't get all the way elected because I mean, I like Bernie, but
I like Bernie too. Bernie burn.
But the dude still, let's keep it real. The dude is kind of boring.
But I love his mind. I love his mind.
Yes,
I vibe with it.
Heart, but he's boring. Like, he doesn't know how to kill. He doesn't know how to be. Like, it still comes off as.
I'd rather have someone who's boring and for my rights than someone who is a complete entertainment nutcase.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I understand that. But the majority of the American people, unfortunately, just don't see that. I mean, because if you ask most of the American people, why do you like Trump? Is for two reasons, you know, usually to own the libs and and he's entertaining or whatever and shit, right? Like, there's no policies to back up why the hell they like Trump. There's no policies why they back up Trump or any Republican would say, hey, that or any popular major Republican. It's just always he owns the libs or they're tough on this, tough on that, even though they're not tough legislatively, but like the memeing aspect of it. That's what they see. They don't. They're just too damn lazy to just read legislation and read their policies as far as like, hey, what the fuck does this shit say? I mean, why do you think Rob DeSantis would say? Well, yeah, Rob DeSantis is able to like easily pass. Why do you think Republicans are easily able to pass all these bills that guys like us, when we look at them, it's obvious that there's some underlying issues, such as the "Don't Say Gay" bill, which is against trans people and gay people, and
now Black History.
And revoke Black History and shit like this here. But yeah,
why isn't, and I have to say this, why is not Kamala and Biden talking about what's going on in Florida? I have not yet seen them to make an announcement when their entire presidency campaign was based on the LGBTQ community and in support. That's how Biden got to be president in the first place. So why isn't him talking about it? Like, why is he not talking about those issues that happen in Florida?
He is a fucking good liar. Biden is a good liar.
He is a fucking good. Yeah, he definitely hurt him and Kamala.
Yeah, because there's an interesting story. Biden said that he was always for gay rights and whatever, and
from 2016 onwards, yes.
Yeah, I think TYT did like a state thing on it, where recently he told a story about how he was like a young little boy and he saw two guys kissing each other, and he was like, "Daddy, what are they doing?" And then his dad was like, "Those guys, they love each other," which is complete crock of shit. Because it's like, Biden, you were a kid, and so I would take it that's in the 50s.
Biden acting like he never fucked a man, like he fucked a man before.
No, but the way he was telling the story was like, yeah, I knew gay. I value gay people and their rights when I saw two guys kiss when I was going on my way to school as a young little boy. You know how Biden always goes on and tells his stories and shit. That's my you know how he tells the story. He'd be like,
yeah.
He'd be like, yeah, when I was a little boy, I saw these two boys kiss, and then my dad looked at them and told me, son, those two boys loved each other, which is a huge crock of shit, because it's like, dude, this is like 1950.
It's the 50s. They're not talking. They're talking about that's abomination, son, and you don't want to be a homosexual,
Yeah. And how, even in his debate with Sarah Palin, because he was vice president, right? And he was running. Yeah, he was saying that how. He said him and Obama were against gay marriage.
They were, yeah. I saw the interview too.
Yeah.
That's why I said from 2016 he started to support it. That's when he was vocal about it, because his first biggest interview when it came to in support of it was in 2016, and you can look it up.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Biden doesn't. Well, I don't know if Biden's going to be running again, but like if he does, he'll probably would get reelected.
No, he ain't going to run again. He's not going to run again. I don't think he's gonna run. I think what's gonna happen is DeSantis is gonna run,
If
and
Kamala Harris runs, then yeah, she's.
I fear the worst that DeSantis is gonna be our next president after Biden.
I don't think DeSantis is gonna run with Trump in there. Maybe when Trump dies, then or goes to prison, one of the two, then he might be like, "Oh, I'm running." Maybe that's what.
I think the Republicans are going to turn their back against Trump and they're going to vote for DeSantis. I'm just going to be honest with you. Because the way how it's looking, the amount of people supporting what DeSantis is doing to Florida is absolutely atrocious.
But it's going to be hard as fuck to try to convert all those Trump supporting fans to DeSantis.
In time, once legislations comes into play and they see the effect of it, they're going to want someone like that to be in the stand as the American voice.
And it also doesn't help that Trump is punching down at DeSantis at the same damn time. He's hosting rallies and shit. Like, again, it's all boils down to just messaging and how Trump can market and knows how to like. Yeah, knows how to like.
I'm gonna lie, it's entertaining to watch. Them two go at it. I love watching it. I love watching it. It's like watching two high school bullies just beat each other up to filth, and you're just like, let me get my popcorn for this one. I want to see who's gonna make it out alive, or they're both gonna cancel each other out.
Yes, it definitely is. It's definitely
like some Dragon Ball Super kind of shit.
I mean, do you think? Well, if Santos had really any balls, he could easily just go after Trump and Ivanka in their relationships.
He ain't gonna go for that. He ain't gonna interfere with Republican affairs when it comes to Republican politicians.
No, but he could easily just point out the fact about how Trump said that. One thing that he had in common with his daughter was the fact. Well, Ivanka said that it was real estate. I don't know if you seen that interview on The View where Trump was on there. He was like, "What do you have?" When Trump and Ivanka was on there. And they asked Ivanka, "Hey, what do you have in common with your dad?" And she said, like, real estate, I think. And then Trump was like, "Well, I want to say sex, but I don't know." And we was like, "What the fuck?" Like, that's just something weird to say.
Well, I mean, we know the situation with Ivanka and Trump. There's many pictures to show. I don't have to say it. The picture speaks for itself tremendously. Dylan says, I'm starting to realize schools are doing anything for shootings. Yeah, I mean, what we need to have is metal detectors, but some schools don't want to have metal detectors. And this is how kids are able to bring weapons.
There's some interesting things. I don't know if you know about it, but like, one, it was at a Christian school, and two, they said the shooter identified themselves as transgender.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm
and then more ammunition for the far right to like use against trans people and try to say, you see how demented these transgender people are. It's just another attack. Like, I'm not justifying anything, but I'm saying because of one isolated incident can turn into the entire demographic being like this in terms of what the far right would view.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because it's like so. Yeah, and it was at a private school. So to add more context, I mean, not to defend it, but it could be like maybe because I forgot to mention that she also went to that. She used to go to that school. So I don't know if it's maybe she went there, identified as trans, bullied, still carried out a shooting, which will still be wrong because it's like you're killing kids. These kids, I'm pretty sure, did not do nothing wrong with you because, I mean, I hate to say it, but maybe if you wanted to shoot the teacher that did it to you, I mean, but as far as the kids goes, like you don't need to do it to the kids. So
it sucks. But this is why we need to have better security systems. Why are these? See, this is another thing. School shootings, right? This is a big ongoing problem in schools where kids, they take their anger out and they want to assassinate everybody, innocent people losing their lives over someone's emotional instability. Why don't these politicians talk about trying to handle school shootings instead of worrying about fucking drag queens teaching kids? Like, drag queens, from what I see, drag queens aren't telling kids to shoot up schools.
They are now, apparently, since that one incident happened.
Well, that's trans. That's a transgender person, not a drag
Do you
queen.
think they know the difference?
They don't, and they're probably gonna strawman that, and probably gonna say, you see, look at that." But I'm trying to tell you, like, your average drag queen is not gonna do that.
And
You know,
oh shit! And Tucker Carlson just did a story about how like
can't
transgenders
stand
are,
his big-headed ass.
yeah, how transgenders are starting to arm themselves and shit. And he did his shtick as far as like, why are they arming themselves? Huh? Like, even though it's like, motherfucker,
Like, you
you're on the right.
care.
Like, motherfucker, you advocate all the time. Hell, you're on the right. You literally advocate for there should be less restrictions. No, not less restrictions. No restrictions
More,
to advocate.
yeah, no
You know?
restrictions. Yeah.
So it's like, but now all of a sudden, I mean, we're gonna see. I think we should have some common sense done.
That's them being condescending.
Facetious, yes, but
That's what they're trying to do, and it's sad in the state of America that we're going. And what's even more sad is what happened with Uganda, a country that is literally oppressed by the rich, upper class elite, extorting the poor and not giving the poor any sort of blessings or compensation whatsoever. But they want to worry about what's going on in someone's bedroom or who they fucking.
again, that sounds like America to me. And talking about the elites, it's like, okay,
But they want to put people in prison for being gay
yeah, I mean, yeah,
and
talk about
lesbian.
talk about the elites and about how they control everything. I mean, look, I imagine fine, a person that's like making over 150K a year that's in government, there might be some corruption to it. Fine, I'm willing to acknowledge that. But if you think that you have more in common with Trump than you do with that Democrat or Republican that's making 150K a year, or you're just being a fucking tool, you know. If you think you have more, because apparently Donald Trump is not an elite at all. The guy that literally lives on top of a golden tower and literally sits on top of a golden throne and literally eats chicken and pizza with a knife and fork on a platter, literally. But
And bougie, believe me.
and fucks porn stars, don't even need to jack off the porn. Fucks porn stars. Gets the mail order brides from overseas like Ivanka.
He can order it, yeah.
Not
yeah.
Ivanka, I meant Melania.
Jared
I meant
Kushner.
Melania. Well,
He looks like a robot too. He really does look like a robot.
yeah, like Melania and shit. But that's not elitist at all whatsoever. But
And she looks like a hot alien.
yes, definitely. She's also a little bit bigoted too, because like she was questioning Obama's birth certificate, but it was something about her birth certificate that wasn't legit too. But anyway, let's get back on DeSantis. Yeah, fucking DeSantis. Fuck Rob DeSantis and his weirdo eating pudding with your fingers, bitch ass.
Ew. Is it chocolate pudding?
I don't know if it's chocolate or not. There was a report that came out that Rob DeSantis was on a plane and he like got a pudding cup and they didn't have a spoon, so he ate pudding with 3 of his fingers and just.
Ew. Well,
Kind of like how I eat pussy. Okay, I eat it with 2 fingers.
that's probably how we eat ass like that. So,
Yeah, fucking weirdo.
The color matches.
Oh God, yeah.
And that's on that part. Yeah. I think he's gay. I think he's gay though. I think he's gay on the low. Like I really do believe, because any person who is obsessed with demonizing LGBTQ like vehemently is because they're hiding something. They're insecure about something. We saw with George Santos with the drag queen when he was low key, he was trying to hide the fact that he was a drag queen in his past. So that came out the woodwork. And his entire reputation from the lies that he told, he just went down the drain. So I think there's some skeletons in Ron DeSantis' closet that he's not telling.
It's all like all the Republicans that go think this hard about trans issues. Like only Republicans think about trans issues this much. Republicans think about trans issues way more than just transgender people. Right?
Look, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump fucked a trans. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump fucked a man. You know, I'm pretty sure they all do. They're all bisexual. All of these everyone in Hollywood is pretty much bisexual.
Yeah,
There's no straight people in Hollywood.
You ever heard about Steve? You heard about Steven Crowder and his recent came up?
No, I didn't hear about Steven. What happened with Steven Crowder?
No, like okay, but get some video. Oh, well, add more context to it.
Spill the tea. I want to hear this.
It kind of came out that like Steven Crowder was like, it was like a video. I guess he was like talking with his audience about how like he's afraid that like his family would go against them, and he had like a bisexual age or some bisexual what's it called, a bisexual stage or whatever.
Oh, he was what's the word? He was what's the word I'm looking for? Big D was happening again. He was I know this. I can't think of the term.
We need a video clip. We need a video clip to explain it better. If we had a video clip.
By curious. That's what I'm looking for. By curious.
Yeah, he's afraid of like.
All humans are like most humans are bi-curious. That's normal. All humans go through that. All females go through it all the time. Most females want threesomes with other women. Hello, and if they want threesomes with other women, it's because they're enacting their bisexual tendencies. The only difference is society celebrates women bisexuality and degrades male bisexuality. That's why he felt insecure.
Yeah, and the weird thing about it was like his audience, the reaction from his audience, right? Like,
yeah, because a lot of his audience is homophobic.
Yeah, but the audience was like defending him, like, yeah, bro, like I have problems coming out, and I'm afraid to come out as bisexual too, as far as what would society think about me. But it's crazy because it's like, but
guess what? Like, the left will embrace you and treat you like you are deserved to be treated, like a human being. The right, unfortunately, does not.
Yeah, like you're on the wrong side then, and it's like.
I'm not saying all Republicans are against gay people. Obviously, that's not the case. But a vast majority of them are.
Gay.
Yeah, most of them are. We call those log cabin Republicans, like George Santos, Ron DeSantis. Okay.
Oh shit! Great.
Omega, no audio.
Afraid of it coming back. I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase. No, I'm afraid. Afraid of getting angry.
Wasn't that so interesting?
Yeah, he said he's afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his bisexual head.
Ugly bisexual
his
head.
ugly bisexual head.
Short phase.
It was just a short phase in college.
Which
now,
I think I'm interpreting that as he had some kind of sexual interaction with the man.
I mean, this came out during the whole Daily Wire. Daily Wire. Carter beat. I would play one more time.
Afraid of it coming back. I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase. No, I'm afraid. Afraid of getting angry.
Wasn't that so?
Yeah, much better.
I think Markiplier is also coming out too as well.
Over the weekend,
this fucking bitch. Okay.
Information.
Oh, but she has
regarding Steven Crowder, a lot more background information regarding what could have possibly led to this moment, and
no, she was
not to my surprise at all. Obviously, this really.
Context. What she mean a moment is like, okay, I guess Daily Wire offers Steven Crowder a contract for like $50 million. Steven Crowder like threw a bitch fit about it for some reason. I don't know why, but whatever. But then it made it seem like Daily Wire was like quote unquote the deep. He was in this
your kind of propaganda, the propaganda you want to listen to, the bisexual propaganda. Like seriously,
he doesn't have anything to do with the Daily Wire.
And like Candace, and like basically because at the same time Candace Owens works for Daily Wire, Candace Owens like put her 2 cents on him, calling Steven a bitch for like trying to make the Daily Wire look bad as far as like the offer that Ben Shapiro offered to Steven Crowder, whatever. and shit. And this is like basically her like blackmailing him, saying like, "Hey, shut the fuck up, otherwise." Well, the way I interpret
it's true. You can relate to this story.
Yeah, the way I interpret what Candace Owens said in this video was like,
Oh my
"Hey,
God.
shut the fuck up, otherwise I'm gonna tell people about your bisexual past." And that's when that video that I played earlier about him.
See, we will never do that on the left. We will embrace you. You will be the king, queen, whichever you want to identify as. We will put you on that plateau and we will celebrate that aspect towards you. And that's on period.
I don't know, but I was thinking about Steven Crowder. He'll be like the annoying leftist if he would have convert to a leftist. I don't know, because I don't like that dude, but he's just annoying. He'll be like the annoying leftist. Like he'll be the over exaggerated SJW. Like, how do I explain it? Like, he'll go out of his way to try too hard to be with the left. Say like,
all right, let me give Chayton a little bit of clout here, because he just posted a link. Let me hold on, guys. Wait, let me stop sharing. Let me share my screen.
maybe you might embrace some ZTB. You could talk to him. You could embrace him. I feel like he'd be the
Yeah, this.
Like, I'll say a dirty joke about women, and he'll be like, "Hey, are we supposed to embrace the women?" And I'm like, "Dude, it's not that serious. Whatever." Okay.
Must be very potent.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of fucked up shit around here.
Help him, he said.
I'm sure you boys didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows. Maybe you did.
You have a strange sense of humor. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Just between us.
Gotcha. No problem.
A lot of people have gone missing around here. And it's been that way for a while now.
Well then, should be just another day in the office, right?
I mean,
So,
last week there was a search for
ACTV.
some missing hikers.
I'm
What you say, Big D? What's happening? It looks
So you say-
fucking awesome, and I'm
So
definitely
you're
gonna play
saying
after
that all
Sonic.
the industry is bisexual,
Yep, 100%.
even the boxing one.
Yeah, everything in Hollywood. In Hollywood, I mean, I'm telling you this from experience because my cousin is in the industry, and she told me everything that they have to go through. They have to go through orgy rituals, where they're required to basically engage in, bisexual activity. It happens. It happens in Hollywood. When you make it into this industry, there are things you're gonna do that you haven't done before, and it doesn't have to just be with bisexual. It could just be, we're talking about necrophilia. We're talking about, eating someone's fecal matter, eating shit, drinking piss. Yeah, we're talking about drinking someone's human blood, while they're bleeding out alive. And we're talking about that goes on in Hollywood, and that's what they have to do. And a lot of the time they record it to blackmail these celebrities, so that way they can keep their mouth shut, because if they ever talk about what's going on, they can release the tapes and they can show them what they're doing to maintain that fame. And so a lot of these celebrities are scared that their reputation will get, destroyed from it. So they keep their mouth shut, and they know that blackmailing could be a big thing. Just like with R. Kelly. R. Kelly, they released his tape.
Well, how come on Julian Jackson wasn't even, he was a professional boxer that was a champ, but he wasn't widely known because he wouldn't do certain things, and plus he gave his life to Jesus Christ, he claimed. And he also trying to think, like, because he did know about like when people told him about the witchcraft and stuff.
You got to go in deep in the industry.
I mean, isn't there already a rumor that, like, in order for a male to get into,
And he didn't even go party afterwards either, after his matches. Instead, he just went back to his hotel room and just went on home.
there is a rumor in the porno industry as far as like if you want to make, I should say used to, for OnlyFans, right? But like they say that like in order for men to like make it in the porno industry, you gotta do gay porn, like some type of gay or bisexual porn.
Yeah.
For you to like basically the Lexington Steels had to like do like some gay shit with some other dude in a porno before you could.
All of them had to. Every last one of them.
I mean, that's the reason why I didn't get into porn, because I heard that and I was like, oh fuck, right? I had to like take it in the just the fuck pinky, like damn.
Shit. So Hollywood
Bro, I
owns
thought it would catch your
everything.
interest.
But now it's 2022. I'm like, shit. That means that now it's 2022, and I don't know. I feel like that is all voided. It feels like it. I don't know. Like I don't know.
2023.
2023. Oh shit.
You're going back in time.
Yeah. But now, okay. So now that it's 2023, I feel like all that shit's voided because of like OnlyFans and Twitch streamers and shit. And I feel like, yeah, I could bypass the gay shit and I could just fuck Jada Stevens or something. Or be a bacalao.
Damn, so Mike Tyson's gay too, huh?
I would say bye. Yeah, everybody.
Mike, Eddie Murphy, probably. Because didn't he fuck like a transgender? Or
Now Eddie Murphy really is bi, because he did cheat with his best friend, cheat on his wife with his that I can't remember what that other actor's name though, but it was his best friend. That was the actor. Because somebody told me about that.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? This is, of course, the House of Chayton here with a special presentation. Now, as many of you know, I was
holy shit! I got a video of the mass shooter
not that long ago, a sizzle reel that I worked on in the summer with my good friend, director, writer, editor of this, Art Herrera. It's a film called Blood Guardians. If you are a sucker, no pun intended, for good old-fashioned vampire movies, well, this movie will fit up right your alley. Now, this is a sizzle reel. This is basically a work in progress. Hopefully, soon we may be able to turn it into feature length.
Yeah.
But this is my official debut as a professional actor. So let me know what you guys think of it. I'd like to thank everybody that took part in this. Dominique, Enzo for his behind-the-scenes work. Of course, Art himself, my good friend, Christopher Moctezuma Enterprises. And unfortunately, the lady of the film, that I am not 100% on her name right now. So apologies, Vince, but she did great. Everybody did great. So I want to thank everybody, and I hope you all enjoy this, and I hope you all leave your thoughts in the comments. I'll be back with an outro at the end of this, so I will see you all in a bit. Enjoy.
Yeah, man, that's just so fucking crazy about how, like, funny thing is that a lot of these Republicans bashing on gay community, man.
We have awakened you for this. We want you to kill him.
You all right that.
Where's the rest of the council?
Yeah.
This is a secret mission from the three of us.
Like, the Republicans' kids are going to be grow up to be gay. Look at Dick Cheney's daughters.
Do not fail us.
I mean, man, this is crazy.
Her blood is very important.
From a guy named Dick.
And they damn sure low key buy.
Carmen, I'm sorry to have to do this, but we're gonna have to let you go. What? Why? Our research is done, and we're out of funds.
Doing homophobic stuff.
That's it? I'm fired?
Saying homophobic stuff.
I feel like it's a confidence issue. Like,
it's really an irony.
Yeah, like they're just not comfortable with them. They groom themselves to like. That's just what happens when you hold up like a standard that's not even based on fact. Like if Republicans were just more confident in themselves and just learn to love themselves, like guess what?
Who the hell are you?
The council sends their regards.
Hold up.
Chayton came in like a Final Fantasy villain.
here to kill you.
That's crazy how they go through rituals and stuff. I ain't hating though.
Wait, is this in Texas? Or...
Yep.
What? You here to kill me too?
And all the people who hate Chayton, they're gonna be like, they're gonna clip that portion. He died again.
But you done already? Damn.
Yeah, he died twice.
Here to protect you.
I think twice.
We're with the Vampire Council.
Told you.
I don't know, man. I don't like it because this movie's so woke, man.
So there you have it.
So vampire,
Did a
so
lot of work for
demonic.
this film, and I am very proud of it. And it was team effort as always, and I like to thank once again everybody involved. If you want to check out Dominique's channel, which is Masterminds, her channel
I know
is in the
vampires don't die
description
once,
below.
unless you use a silver
So,
knife or a
look
silver
forward to
bullet.
more stuff coming up very soon, especially coming from Art Herrera. Very talented filmmaker, and I look forward to working with him in the future. So, I thought about when to show this video because I've been very excited to show this to all of you. What better way to my 28th birthday? So, with all that being said, guys, I hope you all had a great day, and I look forward to doing more videos of this in the future. So, with all that being said, make sure to like, comment, and share. And until next time, ta-ta for now. And at the House of Chayton, house always wins. Take care, everybody.
I'm gonna do my right wing impression.
See, Chayton's hint of bisexuality just came out when he says "ta-ta" for now. So that lets you know that's his equivalent of "Hey, bitch, check out my content later."
You know, I have a problem with this movie. This movie is gonna be so woke. I mean, the
It
degeneracy
is very
is-
woke.
is
It's
woke.
very
This-
satanic, involving vampires and blood and killing.
All this shin degeneracy is destroying culture, Western civilization, man. I mean, come on, and the wokeness of it too, and the ponytail, and the whole vampire, and the sweet ass, man. Come on, man, you're just being too woke.
It's crazy how the industry, does all those rituals you talking about, and some of them are very disgusting.
Yeah, they eat like, I think Alicia Keys. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but it was a rumor. My sister told me about it.
So you either got to
And
go through the ritual, or you got to throw, or you got like.
Let me
my
tell you
bad.
what happened with Alicia Keys. So my sister, my older sister, she told me about this, and she told me that Alicia Keys there was a ritual. It was like the movie Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise, and he was in that cult kind of setting. It's real, and Alicia Keys went on top of the table, and she shitted on a plate. And one of the other members had to eat her shit
I ain't doing that stuff.
on a white
That's
plate.
nasty.
It was a white plate, so it's you're not gonna miss anything. Certainly not gonna miss the smell because you're gonna smell like it. She pooped
WWE.
I'm not
in
eating
front.
shit. That is nasty.
All right, Jay, no problem. That's part of your shout out, but I got to do the other portion too as well. But yeah, how humiliating it has to be to stand in front of a group of people, big, powerful, just anybody, and get up on top of the table and shit on a plate.
Screw that.
And then one of the members coming behind you with your shitty ass, literally, and they eat your shit on a white plate, surrounded, and they have to. It's part of the ritual. They have to do it. My sister told me about
nasty.
it, and
Yeah.
ever since then, I stopped listening to Alicia Keys because I was so disgusted by what
I'm sorry, but I could never
was
do
like,
that.
oh no, bitch. You can save your New York theme song
I'd
for
rather just
someone
throw a
else.
fight instead. I'd rather just lose on purpose in a fight, in a match.
No, but they have to keep. They
Well, at
have
least she
to.
didn't eat the shit. Someone else ate the shit behind her.
Yeah, but just imagine that
I'm
you
not
gotta
gonna
shit
I'm not
in front of
shitting on no
people,
plate, and I ain't eating nobody else's shit.
and then you gotta shit in front of people. Like you gotta
They
literally
gonna have to kill me.
shit in front of a group of like hundreds of people surrounding you, and then they're looking at you shitting on a plate, and one of the members have to come and eat it.
That's nasty. They're gonna have to kill me
Excuse me,
instead.
that made me want to throw up.
Oh God, yeah.
They would have to
God.
kill me. I'm sorry. They would have to
I
kill me.
visually thought of it, and it made me want to throw up.
I'm sorry, but they had to kill me.
I heard a story about how what's his name?
Because I'm not shitting on a plate and I'm not eating it.
But imagine you shit on a plate, and then someone else has to eat it.
Fuck
And
that.
you
I'm
watch
not doing
them,
that
and
part.
you watch them eat it. You have to, and then they have to stay like that. And then here's where it gets worse. To clean the shit out of the body, the other person have to lick the shit off from the the butt crack and the cheeks.
Oh,
So
So
someone had to lick
the tongues are the toilet paper, basically.
man, I'm high as fuck, man. It's giving me the
It's
creep.
nasty.
They licked Alicia Keys' ass.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
It's
they
not
do
only
because when you
nasty, but it's
shit,
also
you
giving
gotta
me the
wipe, right?
creep.
So
Oh,
they're wiping with their tongues, and yeah.
oh man. Oh, I'm glad my stomach is strong. But
Watch
it's
the
just, I
movie
thought it was-
Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise. Watch it. Watch it. Yeah.
I'm
tells it
never
all.
gonna shit on no plate
Stanley
or eat shit.
Kubrick. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but they had to kill me.
You'll probably die from the poison of the shit if it doesn't, if your body can't digest.
Screw
human
that.
feces.
I'm never. They just gonna have to. They just gonna have to sacrifice me.
And your taste buds are permanently damaged if you eat feces.
That's fucking
So,
nasty.
Yeah.
Fuck all that. Like, I
So
heard a
that's all
story
you're
about-
gonna taste. You're gonna taste his ass. Like it's not gonna go away. You can scrape it off. You can put Listerine. You're still gonna taste ass. And every food that you eat is gonna taste like ass. Anytime even if you eat a dirty ass, this is why sex education is important, because a lot of people
Oh,
they
yeah.
go eat ass and it's dirty and it's shit and and like they don't wash it. And you know what I mean? Like you're gonna have that. Everything that you eat is gonna taste like that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. Who did that? Boot gang licked the chicks. Some chick exposed him and said that he licked my ass before I even cleaned it up.
See, that's nasty. And now,
But her ass was already wiped over. Still, you gotta go out and get in the shower and wash it out.
No. When it comes to anal hygiene, I don't play. Summer's Eve that bitch. I don't play when it comes to that.
And soap it up too with the anti, that bar of soap on a wash rag too.
When I go to work, I don't play. I don't like to. I'm a bit of a germaphobe when it comes to public bathrooms. I don't like to use the toilet paper that they have in the stools. So let's say there's an emergency and I have to take a shit, right? I bring my own stuff. I go to CVS, and that's why one of my videos I talk about how I spend $300 when I go to CVS. Not every day, just maybe once or twice a month. And I buy certain hygienic products, and I use that when I'm in the toilet booth. I just, take these special kind of wipes that is good for for your anus, and it helps, not only cleans it, it disinfects, it cleans the bacteria, and it also makes it smells good. So you want that. I don't like to use the toilet paper that they have in public bathrooms. No, I don't like to do it. I bring my own stuff.
I remember hearing a story on WWE, like their creative, the place where they trained all the wrestlers at. I think it was like a NXT training, the sports center in like Florida or some shit. How they had like this crazy trainer, and like he would have, what's the name of that dude?
You call my friends? Oh God.
Yeah.
Brian Apsher. Oh my God.
Yeah. Brody. What's his name? Brody. He had the long neck beard. Brody. I forgot what the fuck his name is. It was like Brody. He was one of the Wyatt members that recently died. Brody, fucking damn, I can't remember. But like, you know how like Rikishi used to do the stink face in the Attitude Era, if you were familiar with wrestling. But, like,
Yeah, he gave everybody anal. Everybody got a taste of his ass.
yeah, basically like Brody. I forgot the fuck is his last name. Brody, like he literally
Brody Lee.
Brody Lee, yeah. Brody Lee, like he told Brody Lee like pull his pants down and shove it in this guy's face, like Rikishi style stink face, and like do a stink face on him and shit. To like one of the other trainers, and like he did it, and it was just like so uncomfortable. I mean, he eventually got fired, but for doing all types of other crazy shit too. But like,
And I bet it stink too. I don't know.
like I'm not saying yeah, like I couldn't imagine doing that for wrestling, but yeah.
Mm.
Hey, speaking of book bans, since this is an interesting book ban story, because I mean we're talking about the Sandus too, but like on Utah there was I just seen a video on here where they said that they're trying to ban the Bible in schools.
In Utah?
They might shock the Bible might be banned in schools due to like pornography and shit.
See, that's how stupid motherfuckers are.
And it's by a Republican too.
Yeah, I know. That is some dumb fucking Republicans. You know what? I gotta admit.
Nobody can fix Dumbo craps.
And I gotta say this too. And the Democrats that is just like Joe Biden's dumbass and dumbass Republicans. Guess what? They both just love exposing themselves in their true colors, and I love every moment of it.
It's like watching pay-per-view. I love watching like a YouTube live stream of them going at it.
That's one thing I can thank Trump on, is that at least a lot of people are exposing themselves, and then they exposing each other on a daily fucking basis.
Fucking Tucker Carlson is exposing Fox News. He's been on Fox News for like forever now. Suddenly they turned it back against him. Now he wants to expose Fox News. Like, boy, bye. Like, you got your money from Fox News. I'm about to head on out. I'm gonna do it after I finish Sonic Frontiers, and once I do, I'm gonna download Resident Evil 4 because I don't have any space on my computer for another game. That's for videos I have to save it for. So,
I'm about to
all
be
right,
out.
Jay, no problem.
I'm about to be out too because I'm getting tired too. So.
Yeah, we kind of made our point, and hopefully I'm gonna give this one response. Hero, Tanuki Maru, because I know you made a response to me about the whole DeSantis thing. Watch the stream. This is how you properly engage in a debate. Not scream off the top of your lungs to make a point. This is how you make a stream when it comes to debates. So yeah, take notes. Do your fact checking, do receipt checking, and hopefully come back to me with some, credible sources, and, we can take it from there. But if you want to be a Karen and scream off the top of your lungs, I'm not going to entertain that, because you will see the nigga in me, and you don't want to see the nigga in me. You see the cracker in me now. I'm an Oreo. Wait till you see the nigga. The nigga side is going to put you in your... don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you plug... Oh, nice. Sweet.
I'm about to watch
I'm a caramel vanilla Oreo.
Caramel vanilla.
Because guess what? I got the caramel icing, and my skin is the vanilla part.
The outer, it's like French. It's like
because since I'm brown and white,
Like most Native Americans, like they may look fair skinned, but they're really brown on other parts.
I'm gonna watch I'm gonna jack off to my Yellow Ranger, so I got some of this white lotion. So does that make
Who? Monica May?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I love Z. I love her from SP. She was my bitch. I love her. I support her and her Thatiana.
No, I said Lightspeed, not SPD, but Lightspeed.
Oh, cause no, The yellow SPD Ranger is a porn star.
I know what you mean, but yeah, I'm gonna watch that.
I support her. I'm fully support. I support Monica May, for showing her vagina and tits. I fully support that. I support the Red Ranger for doing gay porn, allegedly. I support that. I don't mind. But what I don't support is the Blue Ranger from Turbo, who came out as a full-on bigot and racist, talking bad about TJ and black people. Get your wigger ass out of here! Like, come on.
Oh, the kid Blue Ranger. Oh,
yeah, Justin.
What? I didn't know he was a racist.
Yeah, he was banned. They was banned from Morphicon.
Oh,
damn, that's so crazy.
That's why he fucked up the whole Turbo series in the first place, though, because nobody gives a fuck that you're a kid, you're a ranger. Like,
he was the most hated character in Turbo. Like, nobody liked him. That's why when Space
you called
came,
him a wigger?
He's a wigger. He's a full-on wigger. He dressed like a fuck.
So he wants to be black, but
exactly.
But yeah, he wants to be racist towards him. What a fucking idiot, dude! That's a culture appropriate. Okay, why can't you appreciate instead? You fucking piece of shit.
He seemed like fat and like out of shape too. Like he does not look like he's like some fat out of shape.
He's a little bratty ass kid, a white privileged ass kid.
I think he's about 40. I think he is now 40. If I'm not mistaken.
He can't be. Okay, yeah, he might be.
Yeah, he might be 40 because he was like 12, 13. Let me see.
Yeah, fuck that little weak shit. Like,
Justin
no one gives a fuck. You're a kid and you're a ranger. So what? Like,
I forgot his name.
Blake
Foster. 37, close to it. 37.
Oh shit! So he's 1 year older than me.
Yeah.
It's like I get the fact that we're trying to relate to the kids, but it's like, dude, fuck that. No.
Oh, I gotta tell you this, ZTB. Back
What's
when
going on?
remember one time you mentioned about the Green Ranger from Mighty Morphin was in a gay porn?
Not the Green Ranger, the Red Ranger.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
It was alleged that Austin St. John, Jason from the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger was it was a long rumor that he was in a gay porn.
Yeah, it fooled me too.
Well, we know the Blue Ranger from Mighty Morphin is full on gay, so we know that.
Oh yeah, I know he is because I read up a biography.
He's like one of the most loved Rangers of all this year. Like
he's cool as hell though.
And I think he has legal custody of JDF kids.
Oh wow.
He's the Godfather. JDF appointed him to be the Godfather.
That's good shit. Yeah, I've seen the remake about how that's gonna come out too. Yeah. Well, it's not really a remake, but I think it's weird to make Rita like a robot. But yeah.
And I think on JDF's will, he left some money for David Yost because David Yost was the babysitter for JDF kids. Like David Yost helped raise JDF kids. Like literally, when the mother wasn't doing shit, Billy was the one who was doing the work, raising the kids. And
grooming them, man. He was grooming them.
Yeah.
I like
grooming them with the
Billy's cool,
LGBTQ agenda. But no, he was help raising the kids, and I think JDF left a will for David Yost in the future. So he probably got that will already.
Damn. And so let me get this straight. What was that Blue Ranger on Turbo's name? What was the fuck his name was?
His real name is Blake Foster, but his Power Ranger name is Justin.
Oh, I see why people were hating Justin now. Because of his racism?
He's a wigger who hates black people. Like, who does that? How are you gonna be a wigger who hates black people?
Man, that reminds me that he's really a culture vulture.
And like nobody liked him. Nobody liked him when he was on Turbo. People hated him. He was annoying. He used to always hold the Ranger back.
And plus, he's stupid. Plus, he should have had his ass beat with a belt.
He probably got his ass beat by Tommy. Tommy don't play that shit. Tommy, if you annoy him, he gonna probably do some martial arts.
Oh yeah, I miss Jason David Frank. That dude was the shit.
Because
Oh
remember,
yeah,
he showed up with Tom when Tommy was on Turbo before they switched to TJ, the Black Ranger, the black person who plays the Red Ranger. Tommy was the season that Justin was on,
Oh,
so he was
TJ.
with
TJ was
TJ
cool
came in the
as hell.
second half.
I
Yeah,
like I like TJ. He cool as hell.
yeah. I heard
he
he's
was the
cool as hell as
first Black
well.
Red Ranger,
Yeah, I heard he was cool as hell
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
man.
and he was
TJ the shit.
he mentioned that he was angry about what happened in space, how he got demoted to blue. He didn't like that at all. Like he talked about like in a rant on YouTube. He was like, I only came to be the Red Ranger for the second half. I wish I was the Red Ranger in space. Why they never let me be continuing to be the Red Ranger? You know, they only let me be the Red Ranger for halfway in the season. I didn't even get to be the Red Ranger in the full season. So he was kind of a little bit upset about that.
So let me get this straight. In the ritual, so every celebrity did that. Did that
They
feces
have different
part.
rituals. Sometimes they eat
Do
shit.
they got one
Sometimes
that use people as a punching bag?
that's in Freemasonry. Yeah, that's part of Freemasonry.
I'm talking about beating the shit out of people
Yeah,
instead of having
beating
to do
them.
other
Yeah,
rituals.
and they have to blindfold them so that they don't know who's hitting them.
Well, so the only ritual I probably do is I would enjoy is the using people as a punching bag.
It's basic. I probably may get killed for saying this, and just hope I don't get killed. But yeah, that's what they allegedly do.
Yeah. Oh shit.
But we
You see,
don't know for sure, so no proof. But
I forgot. Ashley from was it Ashley from Ashley from In Space and Turbo, the Yellow Ranger. Was it yellow or pink? No, yellow. The Cassie was the pink. She was the first Latina Ranger because there's never been a Latina Ranger before. There was a Latino Ranger with
Carlos the Latino Ranger too. He was
yeah, but not a female Latina, only male. So Ashley was the first Puerto Rican on the show. She's Puerto Rican, and she was on the show. She was one of my favorites. I love her. I love her personality.
TJ and Justin had it out.
Huh?
So Justin insulted TJ too.
Well, he went on social media and was insulting black people and TJ. And TJ, I'm not sure if TJ knew about it or not, but the people his fan base was watching, they were looking at it and they were like, "Yo, don't bring him back in Morphicon, like he's banned." So I'm not sure if he's welcome back. Maybe he's back in Morphicon. I don't know. But
he
was banned
assaulted
for a
the
long
new
time.
Gold Ranger in like the newer series because the new Gold Ranger in the series is black, and that's what happened. And
he also made fun of gay people, calling them a twink, and which is funny because like Billy was one of his mentors, and like he gonna do that. But hey,
yeah, he basically he screwed himself. He screwed the pooch on his own career. Way to go, dumbass.
And like he grew up with TJ. Like when he was a little boy, they used to go out to Hollywood after parties, like when the Rangers go and they take photo shoots and stuff. He was with TJ all the time. Like TJ was like his right hand. He used to look up to TJ. I don't know why he suddenly changed and want to think he's better than TJ. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. Shame.
Like TJ was literally his mentor. Like TJ was the one back in the day when people were hating him. TJ was the one capping for him, and he used to always look up to TJ as a kid. So something happened between him being a kid and him being an adult for him to suddenly have a racist mentality. I don't know what's going on.
Trump.
That's fucked up.
Trump. That's one thing. That's all the explanation. But like this happened. But I don't know. Because although Trump did something to a lot of white people that I thought would never be racist, but guess what? It turns out I was wrong. Like the ones that I thought they were cool with me, like I lost a lot. I lost a lot of white friends during the whole Trump when Trump first came on the scene. I'll put it that way. When Operation Y2KKK happened, all of a sudden, like a whole bunch of white friends, it turned my whole life with the whole interaction with them turned into me defending my race as far as like why black people suffer through crime. I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. I talk about wrestling shit. Like and that's when I was that politically inclined, but I'm just saying from my experience.
Yeah, the Trump presidency caused the bigots to come out the closet, and now they're very upfront about their bigotry and their hatred, and they're not caring. They're showing it because they think their bigotry is free speech. So, you know.
Hey, let them keep exposing themselves, because you know what? All they're doing is making asses out of themselves and hurting themselves even more.
And we're going to do the herd. And actually, in fact, they're going to do that themselves. They're going to turn against each other, like what's happening now.
Oh, yeah. And I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. And if any of the piece of shits come to my fucking house trying to kill me and trying to bust down my door, then they're gonna pay the fucking huge consequence.
If you live in a hood,
with a gun in the head.
If you live in a hood, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you live in like Beverly Hills, they might come there.
Yeah, you know, racist people are not gonna come in the hood, especially with a lot of black. They try to avoid black people as best as they can.
Well, I live in a mixed neighborhood.
So you have half a chance.
When there's too many minorities, they try to be with their own kind. Like one thing about racist white people is that they don't like to integrate much with a lot of black people or people of color. They like to live in a place where themselves and their own kinds of people are in that isolated area, right? So they could be racist and be discriminatory. And if they see that one black person enter that area, or that one Hispanic or Latino person enter that area, they could, jump on them because they can outweigh him because there's more of them than there are of that colored person. So they could take advantage of them,
Why do you think there's never a mass shooting in Compton or in Oakland or Inglewood or in or where I live at Lakewood or Stillicum or I don't know ZTP's neighborhood, maybe Bronx.
I don't live in the Bronx.
No, I'm saying like, well, I don't live in California, but I'm just saying like West region.
I live in Yonkers.
Okay, Yonkers is a hood. Yeah. I'm talking about region wise. Like, see, I'm from the West Coast, right? And I'm just listening off West Coast hoods.
I'm from the South. I'm from Gulfport, Mississippi, Orange Grove.
Yeah, so you can.
They're not gonna come if you talk about with a lot of black people. Okay, if there's a lot of black people, they may keep their racist thoughts to themselves, or they may, they may spread rumors. They may act like a Karen to you if they see you on the street. They may judge you and look at you like you're gonna do something, that you're gonna steal their wallet or steal their purse or something and take their money. They may follow you in the stores. That's what they're gonna do. But if there's an abundance of black people and only a few of them, those racist people, they're not gonna try their shit. They're probably not even gonna be in the neighborhood. And if they do, they're not gonna make any social interaction.
Oh, I know that's right, because too many people in my neighborhood, we too vigilant for that.
Yeah.
And they scared of the vigilance.
Yeah, that's true.
Because when they know they outnumbered.
It's just like that Boondock special. Remember when they parodied like the whole 9/11 with the Arab dude? He was like, "I got a box cutter. I'm gonna cut everybody up," but everybody ended up playing on that Boondocks. They just dumped that Arab dude. Like that's basically what happened. Like white folks, when they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna shoot everybody and kill everybody," and then a whole bunch of niggas will come out with their own guns and shit. Like if they go to they go to the Oakland or Vallejo or Lakewood or the Bronx, Yonkers.
And I would say in Orange Grove, in the North Gulfport,
shoot it out. Fuck, let's do it.
Yeah. Where I'm at, like it's like a hood and suburbs right next to each other. It's like it's. I know it's kind of unusual and stuff, but I don't really have a problem with it though. Instead, we be, just minding our own business, doing our thing.
Yeah, but on the contrary,
about New York. Oh, go ahead.
On the contrary, if there was a mass shooting in like one of those hoods, oh yeah, Fox News will definitely prop that up as far as like, well, he's just being a good
black
Samaritan.
on black crime. You see.
He was being a good Samaritan. He was getting rid of the crime that's infested these neighborhoods, and yeah, they will prop that shit up. Like he's that no matter who this white shooter is.
The black person was being an annoyance. He was perpetuating the violence, so the officer had no choice but to shoot him to defend himself.
Yes, exactly. You know.
I mean, that's fucked up, man. I mean, it's sad.
But that's the truth. That's the truth that Ron DeSantis wants to censor.
Oh, I know. And man, it's so fucked up.
That's the horrible truth. He's trying to censor that because he doesn't want realness to come out. He wants fakeness. He wants just a fake history of America to be in the works for the newer generation.
Oh, I know. And the thing is, like, he wants to lie about, like, try to make sure want to lie about who, like, black people didn't invent nothing or none of that. And that's what he wants to do.
I just want to put a reference to the very first.
Those lie stereotypes when I know damn well that there were a bunch of black inventors that they never mentioned in school.
I just want to show this for all of my video game buddies and friends and anyone who's into gaming, any kind of video game. I just want to show this.
And then that one time when Malik X mentioned about
Black people invented video games.
Oh, I know that's right. Hell, a black person invented the traffic stoplight, invented the dry cleaning machine.
Black women invented the internet.
That's true.
Sure
They did. It wasn't white women. It was black women.
Yep.
Black women. I think black women and black gay men.
That rap is not the only music genre that black people made. They made the other genres. Oh yeah, you go all the way back in the slave days. Like, remember they used to sing country,
blues. We created rhythm and blues. We created rock. Rock came from us.
You created country because the original form was folk music, and then the original form of blues was actually bluegrass.
Bluegrass.
Because
we created disco. Disco came from us.
And
we created pop music.
Say,
pop music came from us.
This is that on music genre. First of all, you dumb rednecks, you need to look up real history and realize that and also the people that tells them to go back
White
to country.
People created heavy metal.
Not really. Jimi Hendrix kind of actually started that part.
He kind of influenced because Jimi Hendrix was
because the way they play the guitar sound, he influenced the metal sound. For the 70s
but that's still rock. That's still rock. Rock music comes from Jimi Hendrix, which is a black man. Metal is like an evolution of rock. It comes from rock music. So metal it started from white people. Rock music started from black people. So black people created rock music, the rock genre. Metal comes from white people.
Yeah, but still though, if it weren't for no rock, there wouldn't be.
If it weren't for black people, there'll be no heavy metal. Heavy metal comes from the origin comes from rock music, and rock music comes from black people.
And I find it so hypocritical on some people when they say, "Oh, go stay out of rap, go back to country." This and that. You need to look back into history that black people made country. They made rock and roll. They made blues, rhythm and blues, bluegrass.
Jazz.
I mean, man, so many people are uneducated on that.
Well, welcome to Florida.
DeSantis' future.
Yep.
So for the people who are supporting Ron DeSantis, he may censor this history. It may tell you that a white person from Germany invented video games. Well, no. It was a black African-American male. Jerry Lawson created the first video game. So when you turn on your PlayStation or your Xbox or your Nintendo Switch, just remember.
And I appreciate black people.
I'm going to say this. A nigga created your content that you love.
Exactly.
Celebrate it. Appreciate them for it and love them for it.
I appreciate it. And for the record, they also created your race as well a long time ago.
And well,
Appreciate Black women for creating the internet that you use.
we're getting deep into that one.
And let's not forget, black people created other races too, even including whites
and Asians.
And appreciate black women for creating the internet that you all use to bitch about black people.
Black women and black gay men and black trans women created the internet. But it was more exclusive to like black women and black gay men.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you didn't know that. You thought white people created the internet, huh? Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. For the people out there,
that was showed to the white person, and the white person stole the credit.
Well, they did, But one thing I love about history is that the truth will always come out because nobody will try to allow revisionism to take a place. You know.
And also, Christopher Columbus wasn't the first to discover America as the white man.
We know that shit. That's
the original white man was actually Leif Erikson that discovered it. But there was somebody before Leif Erikson, and that was, because remember, Africans had ships too, and they went to exploring the Americas as well.
We've been all over the world.
And those black people in the Americas as well, because you got
America.
black Indian tribes.
Why do you think South and Central America is filled with the same kind of culture that Africans have? And why else you think they share the same skin? Because technically they're the same people. Yeah.
And exactly. Chinese settlers too, and there were some Vikings here settled here too, but before Christopher Columbus as well too. So
the black Aboriginal man that came from Africa.
They settled in different regions of America.
The black Aboriginal man that came from Africa to Central America and South America had straight hair. So if you see Aboriginal people, they're black people with straight hair. So black people don't always have kinky
and
coily
some of them
hair.
have feather curly hair too.
These black people have straighter hair than Asians, and which is you never saw that, right? They have hair straighter than Asians and more volume than Asian people hair. Asian people hair is just jet straight with sometimes with no volume. These Aboriginals had a thick head of hair that's straight and has volume. And they came to Central and South America, and they stayed there, and they created what the tribes that we have currently, through inbreeding and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget who also created cowboys, the original cowboys. Hate to break it to you.
Oh yeah, that's a black man. Yeah.
Actually,
exactly.
I thought it was Mexican. But
did you see the movie? What was the movie? Peele, Jordan Peele.
And also,
nope.
Didn't also black man invent the car as well?
The first cowboy was black. Yeah.
No, I thought it was.
What about the car? Was it black man on that one?
I don't know about the first car invented. I'm not sure. I didn't do.
Well, they claim that Carl Benz,
the concept of cowboys, though, because like there was like the conquista. What was it? I'm getting tired, but like I could have swore it came from Mexicans. Like cowboys came from Mexicans. Like there was like the four conquistadors, and they had they were dressed like cowboys.
No, the Mexicans got it from blacks. The black people were the ones who created it.
Okay. Well, I thought both sides didn't win black people. Fuck it, I don't care. Win-win for me. Either way.
No, the black people created it, and then, well, the Mexicans, they have their own culture based on that, but Latin culture. If you look into any Latin culture, Africa is always a component in it, and it's always the original component, right before Spanish. You go to any Latin American country, it's always African influence. Every Latin American country in from North, Central,
Latin
and
European
South.
country has more in them.
Yeah. Well, we know Portugal.
And so does Celtic
especially.
as well.
A lot of Portuguese people are mixed. They have black in them. A lot of Portuguese has black in them.
That's part of the Latin.
A lot of people from Spain has black in them. A lot of Italians have black in them.
French. Don't forget about the French. Don't forget about the
people
Romanians.
have black in them. Yep.
Romanians.
Yep. Romanians too. Albanians as well.
Egyptians.
And don't forget about Irish, Scottish, and Welsh.
Yes, the Black
Celtics.
Irish people. They
Because remember, the Celtics has more in them.
They do, and people
And
don't
remember,
talk about
and
it.
see those British. They colonized also Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. And remember, they had those as indentured servants.
As they call them, which were slaves, but you didn't want to call them indentured servants.
But see, here's the difference, though. See, African slaves were permanent slaves. Those trying to think Celtic indentured servants or slaves were only there temporarily until a certain time, until a certain century. Can't remember, but I remember Malik X was talking about that on one of his videos.
The history of slavery, and I just want to put it out there.
And
yes,
also, you got to understand too that there were half breeds that were posing as Africans, and you also had some whites that were painting themselves as a chief, which was the original way of doing blackface, and also capturing black people. And you also had a few not many of them were sellouts. Now a lot of them had to fake being a sellout to compromise so they can get the weapons and stuff like what Malik X explained on there about to fight against the enemy.
and you also have a lot of mixed mulattoes that are white passing, and they could blend in white society.
Yeah. Oh, I know that, but I'm just saying though, and you also had some certain tribes that were rivaling against each other did that too, which were the select few that Malik X mentioned. The select few of the own Africans selling themselves out. Which is select few though, because mostly it was. It happened many different ways, but see, the original ones that were doing it before those Europeans though was the Ottoman Turks.
That's true. That is 100% true. But before I end the stream, I'm going to show this last image, and I think this one pretty much says it all. So. Yeah, there you go. That's all you need to see.
Ooh.
That's all you need to see.
All right.
That's the man that went to Central and South America and created the Mayans and the Aztecians. These people right here. Notice the hair, but notice the features, the dark skin. A black man with straight hair.
That's the history that they will try to erase, but they'll never erase.
Full wide nose, negroid features, big, voluptuous lips, except straight hair with volume. Notice how the hair, it's straight like Asians, but it has more volume. And their hair naturally grows like that, by the way. They didn't do anything to it. It grows like that. And they go, that's the native people. Native black people from Africa who went. These people were one of the original people in Africa, and they migrated to the Americas long before any other race, before the Asians and the Japanese integrated, and they were there, and then they bred with the people who were living there with them.
Because if you watch that one video that Malik X made about how he's talking about Elijah Muhammad and stuff, about how this earth was and stuff, to 66 trillion years exact.
Yeah, we go way back. Our black people go way back. I can't
66
even count.
trillion years. And plus, in the Bible, to be truthful, some of those dinosaurs are the dragons. Because remember, there were dragons without wings too.
We call those chickens or birds.
But I'm just saying though.
Dragons exist.
And Behemoth was a long neck sauropod dinosaur. Because remember, tail like a cedar is a big reptile shaped tree branch sized tail.
I just hope you know that all birds are dinosaurs. Every last one of them are dinosaurs.
I know that.
So no, for the people, not you, but for the people out here who don't know that. So dinosaurs are real. They're not fiction.
Well, there's some of them that are lizards too now, and crocodiles. Because remember, there were gigantic crocodiles, and
yes, they were
some lizards like too.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them were like bird and lizard hybrids. Like the T-Rex, for example, was a lizard and bird hybrid.
Yes,
dinosaur.
it was.
Now,
That's why it has a
raptor was
beak.
was kind of more bird-like because it had feathers. Truthfully,
Yep.
from the rediscovered, even including the Utah. And see, in real life, velociraptors are not big. The ones they showed on Jurassic Park and stuff, that's Utah
They're exaggerated.
raptors.
Well,
They
I
were
would think they're
Utah
exaggerated.
raptors.
So they're
Because
hybrids?
Because remember, the Utah raptors were the gigantic raptors.
Well,
The 7 feet, 7 feet tall. Like not from head to tail, but just like standing human wise.
Yeah, they're around slightly above human normal
Because in
height.
real life, velociraptors were not no damn 7 feet or 6 feet tall. No, they were 3 feet tall.
Short, like a human child. Right.
But see, the ones they really used on the velociraptors on Jurassic Park and other dinosaur movies, they were really Utah raptors.
And they do it for special effects to make it more, ferocious. Because a 3-foot dinosaur is not going to be intimidating.
Well, I'm just letting you know it was what the truth is on that.
Yeah.
And now they do have also a Deinonychus, which would be like about 5 feet tall or 6 feet tall sometimes. So you could say that the raptors on Jurassic Park were based on Deinonychus and Utah raptor. Just depends how big they was.
Whichever looks the most intimidating. But Big
Now
D,
the
on
biggest
this note,
one. Oh,
I'm
my
gonna
bad.
get. Oh no, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna end the stream because I gotta get up early in the next 3 hours.
Yeah, I hear
But
you.
thank you for coming in. I don't know what's gonna happen today, but I know Tears of the Kingdom, the demo, full playable demo is coming out today, so we're gonna see that, and hopefully it turns out okay, the way how I expected. But on that note, guys, thank you for coming. I'm gonna get some sleep because my brain is shutting down. I only have 3 hours to spare. So Big D, on that note, thank you for coming.